welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends. I'm your host, Casanova, and joining me, as always, is the Blevins. We got another great day of Legends of Runeterra action to go through, and I can't wait to kick it off. But before we get too into it, Blevins, why don't you go ahead and break us down on that format?
Absolutely. Same old format, same old place, same old casters. We've got our double elim bracket with 8 invited players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3 where players bring 2 decks with no region overlap. So a little bit different than the Riot Lock format, if that's what you're accustomed to, but the same old Fight Night format. But to win, players still do need to win with both of their decks, and they're going to be winning some of that sweet, sweet $200 prize pool, Casa. But let's take a look at the players that we've got playing this week.
Yeah, let us take a look at the bracket to see who's going to be playing this week. It's going to be the returning champ, FilthyGamerWeeb, going up against Lahint. And then we've got Furious Poro Bear against Cheezer Dude, Susur against Bitter, and Vig versus Zorig Dungu. This is FilthyGamerWeeb's brother, older brother, Zorig Dungu. He called him out earlier in the week, and their collision course would not be until the winner's final. So we'll see if we have a battle of the brothers at that point, or maybe they'll face off in the losers bracket if they both do fall. But we're going to be kicking off the day watching Zorig Dungu take on Vig at the bottom side of this bracket to see if they can start to fight their way all the way to face off against FGW. Both of them, of course, seasonal alumni from the same exact seasonal, which was an amazing storyline to have brothers make it there. And now we get to have them both on Fight Night.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you may think that it's simply nepotism that got Zorig Dungu in, but it's not merely nepotism. It is nepotism in addition to the fact that Zorig Dungu is actually a top 32 seasonal player as well. I mean, that was kind of crazy, and it was funny because neither FilthyGamerWeeb nor Zorig Dungu were known quantities, at least by us, going into that seasonal. And during the research that we did and the player surveys we got, it was just like, they just both casually were like, yeah, so my brother's also in this top 32. And I'm like, wait.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Really? What are the chances of that? The very first seasonal, there he is, 19 years old. And he's actually the older of the brothers here in this Zorig Dungu FilthyGamerWeeb combo. And, you know, still keeping it up. Masters, top 100 master player as of our screen, or our Masters snapshot for this one. And I mean, crazy. I mean, it's crazy to see him playing again. I mean, we haven't seen a ton of Zorig Dungu in the tournament scene since that seasonal, but hey, what a better place to get back on the wagon than Fight Night.
Yeah, and you know, as mentioned by FilthyGamerWeeb last week in his interview, he's like, yeah, my brother's not really a TF Fizz enjoyer. And we do see FilthyGamerWeeb, of course, brought TF Fizz again, and Zorig Dungu did not. But they did bring a very interesting deck that I'm excited to see, and it's Braum Vlad at Scargrounds. We haven't seen a ton of it in NA. I think we've only had it once on NA Fight Night. I know it did okay in EU, which I was going to mention as well. TF Fizz won EU. So it's happening, Blev, the monkey's paw, man. But I don't know, Scargrounds. I am excited to see Scargrounds return. I really love Vladimir as a champion. It's pretty rare that we actually get to see him. So whenever we get a chance to see Scargrounds, I'm always hyped to watch it. I'm curious how it's actually going to do in this Fight Night.
Absolutely. I mean, compared to you know, you take a look at last week, you take a look at the, you know, just Twitter feeds of most Legends of Runeterra players over the past week, and the patch notes not you know, going over so well in terms of the amount of nerfs to Azir Aurelia. But yeah, Fight Night EU, 0 copies of Azir Aurelia in that were brought this week. It looks like 2 players. Yeah, looks like 2 players brought it to Americas, but you can't really bet on that, right, coming into this week, especially given the Fight Night format where there's no bans. In a traditional Riot Lock format, you'd be able to just ban out Azir Aurelia. Well, at Fight Night, someone can bring it, and you're going to likely have to play against it. So I do like Zorig Dungu's lineup, given the fact that they're expecting to see Azir Aurelia. The Scargrounds deck theoretically is positioned well against Azir. I don't know what
Right.
its win rate against it is, but it's certainly going to be better positioned than some other top meta decks. So I don't mind it there. And then of course their other deck is Thresh Nasus, which really needs no introduction at this point. It is one of the the big three or big four in the format right now, and also has a pretty good matchup against Azir specifically. So, this is a lineup that I think was brought by Zorig Dungu with the expectation of playing against a lineup with Azir in it and being able to 2-0 it better than other lineups would be able to.
Yeah, maybe this lineup is entirely just to beat his brother. So,
I mean,
so FilthyGamerWeeb has TF Fizz and Azir, which both of them are kind of vulnerable to these two decks.
Yeah.
So it's pretty funny to see that his brother is being counter lineupped by him. But he's also been able to hit Vig here, his first round opponent, who does actually have Azir. And I was gonna bring up that, like, with Marshall being gone, maybe or nerfed, I should say, not gone. I think Marshall's still playable, but with Marshall being nerfed, wow, maybe the Scargrounds and toughness and that will help a lot against the Blades. And then it's like, wait a minute, Voice of the Risen is the one that has just been replacing it, and it kind of just does the same thing, but for 4 mana. It just requires the step of having leveled the champion. So really, it's still tough is as good as it used to be, which is still good. It's still good, right? It's not bad. It just will eventually, or at least in some parameters, end up feeling less good than you would hope.
It's just funny that, to me at least, that Marshall got nerfed. Everyone just automatically puts Voice of the Risen in, and I think it's arguable that Voice of the Risen was just better than Marshall all along, and we just didn't see it. So the nerf actually just cued everyone to play a better version of the deck. Is a I don't know if irony is the right word, but it's just hilarious to me.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But I guess the two decks we were talking about are not even on screen, so we'll take a step back and we'll jump into this match. It's Slay, it's Thrash Nexus going up against Draven Ezreal. A decent start for Zorig Dungu, but it's not, incredibly aggressive as far as being able to overwhelm what Vig has had to try and stabilize the board. So far, Vig is in good shape. He's still got some removal with that Mystic Shot and the Static Shock, as well as a couple of stuns there with the Arachnoid Sentries to continue to slow down the tempo of this Slay deck. But Zorig Dungu's got to be happy with the double champion hand, being able to get this Nasus established potentially as kind of a reasonably sized turn 6. It probably won't be quite big enough. Oh, actually, yeah, already at 6. I was surprised. I knew it was going to be kind of big, but I didn't realize it was already 6 slays, or 5 slays, so 4 slays. I can't do math, Blev.
It's all good.
It's really hard, man. But
math is for the omen's eye, not for us.
Yeah. 2 plus how many, Blev, equals 6? That's the question, really. But
let's see. X minus 4. Okay, yeah, no, not gonna try that. But here, I mean, this is, like you said, this is an all right start from Zorig here, but it is getting answered. Only 7 total damage has been done here, and we do see the sort of mid-late game hand starting to develop from Zorig, but we're falling behind here. And, we've talked about this many a time across many broadcasts, but this Thresh Nasus deck needs to get ahead on tempo and either stay ahead or end the game when it starts to go behind. And while they're still ahead here, and this Thresh is definitely going to help, we're getting close to Vig being able to turn the corner, and at 13 health, you're not really that afraid of an atrocity finish like you would be, if they were at, 7 or even just anything under 10, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think Zorig Dungu still has a chance to start getting a lot more pressure with these champions being a little bit harder to remove.
Yeah.
Right. The Thresh being a 3/6 means it's pretty safe against a lot of the just normal removal. It will generally require like 2 spells, something like a ping into a Scorched Earth.
Yep.
But I do think the Arachnoid Sentry was a really great answer in stopping any kind of pressure for this turn. And Vig still has a great hand to continue to try and deal with this. We see that Thorn of the Rose as well is going to continue to buff up this Tri-Beam Improbulator, as well as grant another stun. So if Zorig Dungu wants to develop, he could just get stunned again. Granted, it will be a face-up card, so he'll know that that is there, but it still can cause more problems. And wow, Culling Strike, that was a card I overlooked when I was looking through this list. That does really mess with this Thresh. Does force the Rite of Negation in order to keep this Thresh on board, because it is 4 of 6 on the level up. I mean, Zorig Dungu wants this to stay on the board. He wants to try and find the level up just through this Thresh. And maybe this Thorn of the Rose is going to help with the Vile Feast top deck. That certainly is a good look, because it does provide a chump blocker that makes it so Vig doesn't have good attacks, and then also puts Thresh 1 away. So this is a solid spot for this Thresh. And looking at the removal available right now, it is just going to be a Mystic Shot and a Tri-Beam, and I'm not sure how much damage that Tri-Beam is going to do.
Yeah, the Tri-Beam is definitely big.
6. Oh my god, I didn't know it was 6.
And that face right there from Zorig Dungu really tells the tale here, as if there's a card that can swing tempo, it is a Tri-Beam for 6, and we are on a pair of heroes from Zorig, and that's it. And Vig's hand is still loaded. Man, this one's gonna be tough for Zorig here. Even if we get like a miracle atrocity, Nasus is not. Nasus is big, but not so big that it's interactable, and it's really not looking to get much bigger than it already is.
Nah, this looks really doomed. Only 2 cards in hand. Vig still has, a lot that he can accomplish. We see a 3-mana champion on the right side there as well, and another Arachnoid Sentry available to continue to put pressure down if he wants to try and go for a development turn on this attack token. Can develop the stun, has a Guile follow-up, or can just go Farron and try and just brute force through with these overwhelms. There is going to be a Nasus in response, but realistically, we know that there's a Guile. Zorig knows there's a Guile. There's nothing better that he can do, but the Guile's there.
Yeah. And, you said that there were 2 cards left in Zorig Dungu's hand. Withering Wail in this matchup, it is a strong word.
Yeah.
Card is a very strong word for what Withering Wail is in this matchup. 5 mana, gain 3. Not super great. I mean, it will keep them alive here, but there's 2 decimates in Vig's hand.
Yeah,
we know.
I mean,
this one's just over.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, Zorig knows. He's like, okay, this game's done, but my lineup is supposed to be fairly strong into a Zerarelia, right? Like, this is a matchup that, of course, I could lose it at any time. It's a Zerarelia. That's what it does. It can beat you in turn 5 sometimes, and you can't do much about it. But if I look at the odds, my 2 decks should have a reasonable odds at taking down a Zerarelia. You can't feel too bad about losing to Ezreal Draven. It does pretty well against Slay. That's one of the reasons it came back into the meta, is it just kind of can deal with the aggression. And sometimes you just have games like that where you're able to just win before your opponent can actually get their Nasus online or their Thresh leveled up. You just have a lot of tools that answer that Slay deck, even if it is probably, I don't know. I don't want to go exactly into the odds. Draven Ezreal always has just very stable matchups. It's always like, it's always like 55, 60, 50. Those are like the spreads, down to 45 maybe, but Draven Ezreal's just got good matchups.
Yeah, and I mean, you just look at it at a conceptual level. It's a Culling Strike deck going against Thresh. Like, you don't need to say much more than that, right? You're looking pretty good. It's a tempo based deck where that's going against a Tri-Beam Improbulator deck, and there can be massive swings, like we saw a Thresh getting killed for 4 mana into a 5/5 overwhelm regeneration being generated for 4 mana. Like, that's really hard to for any deck to come back from. Not to mention, Zorig doesn't have a ton of ways to get to really get tempo back when they've lost it. And also there's cards like Withering Wail and the Box, which are passable, but they're always like it's minus tempo every time you're playing those for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Zorig now at least has a little bit to do, can actually use this as the wings on the Dune Keeper to try and get a little bit of value onto the board. I guess the other option was to just go for a Cursed Keeper, but because it's your attack token, you actually want to be putting some pressure down.
Mhm.
So I do like this play. I think there's even ways that you can activate this Cursed Keeper later on, even if you don't draw more self-slays, which you should with this deck. But you have the Merciless Hunter, so you
Yep.
could just provide a way for you to activate your Cursed Keeper with that vulnerable being granted.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, we see here the Box and the Withering Whale, which were quite bad in the last matchup. We're now seeing, you know, where they're meant to be played. That's of course in this matchup here. I'm wondering, I feel like you have to Merciless Hunter the Elusive here. Even though, like, Azir is public enemy #1, right? Like, I pretty much always want to be killing Azir or threatening Azir when possible.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's merit to putting it on Azir because you have this whale in hand, but there's also the
Right.
consideration to that you have these Cursed Keepers and you do want to activate them. So
Right.
pulling a Greenglade duo with a Cursed Keeper is very high value. Whereas if you just pull the Azir and deal 1 to him and have him pop your Keeper, that doesn't feel nearly as good. And I think that might have been the consideration for like, okay, I'm definitely going to put it on the Greenglade and I can use this to then save my Withering Whale even longer and just use it on a turn that's like big on blades or something like that.
Absolutely. And here, rocking the Ancient Prep version on the side of Vig. Well, a lot of good options here. I'm not sure I care too much for the Elusive, though in general it's good at pushing through damage, but we're looking at Zorig's list. I mean, we've got the full suite of Vile Feast, we've got 2 Withering Whales, the 1 Box. I mean, it's a tall order to keep it alive.
Oh wow, this box is so high value on this turn.
Yep.
Because it's gonna even eat the Flawless Duet. It eats just everything. It gets the duo, it gets the Aurelia, and it gets the blades and the Sand Soldiers from this Flawless Duet. This is just an amazing use of the box. This is gonna get so much value. I mean, that's game winning.
Potentially, there is still a leveled Azir and a pretty massive student on the side of Vig here, but this certainly is one of those you know, big impact plays. I mean, that's a huge amount of value, right? Like you said, certainly going to be difference making and likely game winning. I mean, it's still Azir Aurelia, right, Gassa?
Yeah, I mean it is, and like you said, like the sparring student's huge. The Azir is leveled on board. Like there are still things that Vig can do, but overall, those are not going to be good on blocking turns. And Zorig has a pretty wide board already. Now, he does have to be a little concerned about taking this much damage. I'm wondering if there's anything that feels okay to sacrifice. I think you could throw a one of the 3/3s or the 3/2 into the Azir and just stop 3 more damage. And then you can grant vulnerable to Azir and remove him on the next turn. I think that's got to be the best line here. You just take the 7. The sparring student is like, you're just throwing away a unit on board when you still need to continue to win board. You don't have that many cards.
Yeah, I think with you know, with the Withering Whale in hand, you're fine. You know, taking a little bit of damage, of course. You know, public enemy #2, Blossoming Blade, drawn on the side of Vig. So, oh, it's going to be a tough one for Zorig. There is, like you said, a pretty wide board, but there's also a wide board for Vig. And, you know, there's also a Homecoming. So, you know, the 3/2 right now, and even the Ribbon Dancer, not really. You don't really need them, right? Like they're on blocking duty.
Yeah, and Zorig can't really attack because of the sparring student. He knows it's not a winning attack. So if he sends everything, he's just going to be sacrificing something to the sparring student.
Right.
It feels like you just remove Azir, and then you look to play off this whale, trying to help deal with the next attacking turn and the next board. It's a really hard turn. This is a really tough turn, but yeah, I feel like this is correct. I feel like exactly what he's doing is correct. It plays around Shapestone. It's just the best play he can make.
Yeah, and it's gonna get pretty devastated by the homecoming here, as this attack just was stopped. I mean, you don't even want to play the Merciless Hunter here.
Yeah, you want to answer
Zorig
his
is
ear
gonna
with it.
pass. And now it's just, I mean, this all of a sudden doesn't even look good for Zorig anymore at all. You know, Withering Wail is gonna stop some of the bleeding, but
Yeah, I think it's still somewhat okay. The whale is going to get a lot of value right here. It's going to remove, you know, a good portion of this board. It makes the trades okay. Like you can still kill the
yeah,
sparring student, which is cool. Like we like that. And you're still going to actually be ahead on board after this. I think the whale is going to do enough. It feels like this should set up for potentially just a turnaround open attack win for Zorig. So I think he's still pretty happy with this spot. I think he's still looking really solid. That box just bought him so much time, bought him so much value. And I really do think it ended up just being the difference maker. It was game winning, the play where he was able to get Aurelia and Green Glade Duo with that box.
Yeah, this is forcing 11 through. Yeah, that's just gonna be
it's just game. Yeah, this is a really well done by Zorig, and it shows that those tech choices for this specific matchup really worked out. Now, of course, there's argument, and I saw people talking about it in chat. Like, you know, he made a lot of tech choices for the Aurelia Azir matchup, and that might hurt him in some other matchups with the Thresh Nasus. But certainly, you could see it there how good these tools, having the box and the whale, made it to actually answer the threat of Azir Aurelia and ensure that this matchup that is good is now a great matchup, and he can actually find wins even against very good hands.
Yeah, I think that it's something that looks weird from a tournament perspective normally, but the Fight Night format really favors you if you're looking to 2-0 a specific deck. That is, I think, just at the onset of it, it looks like that's exactly what Zorig is looking to do. So even if your you know, your other matchups are worse, I think, you know, you coming into this tournament, it's very likely you're going to be facing Azir Aurelia. Now, there's only 2 people brought it, but even so, I like the choices from Zorig. It is definitely an interesting choice to make, that you're over-indexing for a specific deck, but given the Fight Night format, I like it.
All right, and looking at the other side, Vig picks up 2 Voices of the Risen. So if they miss on a champion, that's pretty dead. This is a pretty rough hand.
Yeah.
Not a lot of early game being drawn just yet. We do get a Ribbon Dancer, but that's actually not a fantastic early draw. You kind of want that later on to just proc the Blade Dance when you have a lot of pressure on the board. The Green Glade Duo, of course, is a saving grace. It means that you have something to do in those first early turns while you hope to draw into better cards. And, well, you get an Aurelia on 3, so that's fantastic for Vig, and it might smooth out this entire hand a little bit more. But still missing Deus, still missing Azir. There are some important pieces that are gone. And if Zorig has more setup time, I think that Scargrounds gets a lot of value if it gets that extra time.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like the development of the unit here over the Scargrounds right now. Right now, Scargrounds would be a blank card considering they don't have any units that actually can be blocked. So now Zorig waits for there actually to be a unit to block, or to block it all. So you don't even need to play Scargrounds now. This pass is fine. I think if you're willing to essentially pay 4 mana to allow to essentially have your opponent skip an attack. I think you're perfectly
pay
fine
4 mana to heal 3 in this matchup seems fine. It seems reasonable. You're also not even paying 4 mana because you would bank 2. You're like paying 2 mana to heal 3, which is really solid in this matchup. You definitely accept that.
Yep, and this is the type of draw that the Scargrounds deck needs. It not only needs to have a Scargrounds, it needs to have the pressure to actually make the Scargrounds relevant, right? If you just have a Scargrounds and you're hoping to like be able to block blades, that's not in and of itself a winning line. You need to also be putting forth the pressure with the early drops. You need to, you have your high power 5 and 6 drops, and this is exactly what Zorig has, and also has the ice shards for those blade dance turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tarkaz the Tribeless is just making this attack so terrifying, right? That's 14 damage. And none of your blockers feel good. You don't feel happy
No.
blocking with any of this. Voice of the Risen is just the only one you even can throw away. And wow, Zorig having this troll chant, I mean, you could save. You can save this and get more damage in. Because now it's going to survive damage again, and you're still just pushing 12.
Yeah, and even if there was, you know, a homecoming here, it's, you know, it's using a homecoming to essentially gain life. And also it'd be bouncing likely a 4-mana card, which is just like, it's so slow. And if your opponent is slow, if your Zerorelia opponent is slow, you're happy. Even if they bounce the Tarkaz there, that's fine. Oh. Now I mean, potentially this could be scary considering the double Notify backup. That actually might end up being a pretty big difference maker as, you know, this Green Glade duo is going to get through here. Unless Vig decides to commit more mana.
Yeah, that is scary because Zorig should feel very safe, right? He's got double Ice Shard for this Green Glade. He feels like this should never get in. This should never, you know, be a worry for Zorig. But double Notify is scary. Now it's tapped out. Zorig, as long as he doesn't tap below double Ice Shard, which honestly, you think about it, he kept one of these Ice Shards, and he knows there's Notify in the list.
Right.
I imagine he is using all 6 mana this turn to play Ice Shard. He's not going to risk anything with this Green Glade.
There's no reason. I mean, are you going to play? I guess you can play another blocker, but that's
not
even.
But you don't need it. You don't need it.
Right.
You have these tough units on the board that are doing a great job at just protecting your life total.
Can you target your opponent's units with that one? The deal 1 damage and give it +2/+0?
No, I think it's
so.
ally only.
Yeah,
it's been a long time since I've seen it, because that one you usually only see in a deck when it's generated by the creator, but I believe it is ally only.
Yeah, I think it would actually be pretty decent if it wasn't. But
yes, it would be a much better card. It would be like a played card. Well, maybe not, but at some point it would have been played if that was it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we're seeing the Aurelia bug fix, aka massive buff, in effect here. And we're gonna see a Notify, I would imagine, out of Vig, and then a second.
Yep. He's got the second one.
Yeah. That face is I didn't want to have to use both of my get out of jail free cards here.
Didn't want to have to do it to him.
But this attack, well, the attack is, you know, the crackback is looking all right, but not lethal.
Right.
There are blockers.
Yeah, but I think Zorig has enough cheap units.
Oh, no, because only one went through. Okay. Yeah. They do, but they're, being at 13 is certainly,
Oh, well, open attack is also...
Oh, right, the Azir's
winning, because the Azir died.
Oh.
That visual bug is interesting. 1 HP.
Yeah, I've seen that one before. Not sure what causes it, but... Yep,
and he can just let all this in. Yeah.
Yep, just press skip block, and now this is...
Oh, he just plays double aristocrat.
Yeah,
it's deterministic. No healing. Yeah,
it doesn't even need to attack. Vig sees it. That's going to be it. Zorig
wow.
Taking it 2-1.
Over a Zerorelia. 2-0 over this deck. Again, another player that's targeting a Zerorelia having some success. And Zorig Dungu is going to move on from round 1, move on to the winners semifinal. Really well done. I like this lineup. I think it's really cool. I think targeting a Zerorelia, I saw it in DreamHack last night. There was someone playing a triple aggro lineup that was about going wide. And they were doing a great job taking down the Azirarelias, took one down in the finals to win it. That was Octopuses. And I think that this is a strategy that can continue to work in tournament when you know that there's going to be so much Azirarelia saturating the meta. It is a targetable deck. Yes, there are times it will randomly beat you. It can happen. But if you're giving yourself very good odds to beat it, this is the result you should get on average. And Zorig Dungu finds the 2-0. or sorry, the 2-1, but the 2-0 over is Irelia. I should specify. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I think especially coming into this where, you know, you don't know what your opponents are going to play for sure until you've already submitted your decks. But if you're betting, I'm putting bets that you know, a decent number of people are going to bring Azir Irelia. Now, granted, only 2 brought it, but hey, sometimes that's enough. And you also, you kind of know at least one is going to bring it because his literal brother was the winner last week, and you know he's running it back.
Absolutely. And yeah, just as a quick sneak peek, FilthyGamerWeeb also won round 1. So he's, you know, they're on the collision course, the brothers, to face off in the winners final if they both are able to win their next round. Speaking of that next round, we will have that coming up soon. We are going to run to a short break, but more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're jumping into game number 3 between Furious Poro Bear and Cheeser Dude. This is another one of our round 1 matchups. Winner of this one will face off against FilthyGamerWeeb in the semifinal. So, we're taking a look to see who will advance. It's Dragons going up against Freljord Shurima Overwhelm.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Well, this is tough. This is tough to tell, Casa, because it seems like when you get to the point where there's a Radiant Guardian in play, all bets are off. But also, there's 2 Battle Furies on the side of Overwhelm. And there's a Judgment. I mean, literally, it's going to come down to... Well, actually, it might not come down to anything because this is actually a massive blowout.
Yeah, that Shapestone is huge. That should just secure this with the Sejuani attack with the Battle Fury.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it's going to depend on who blinks first, but actually, it looks like Poro Bear was definitely the one to do that. Unfortunately for them, but we are... Yeah, I mean... Battle Fury just puts this one away pretty easily, right?
Yeah, Battle Fury should lock it up. Putting it on the Omen Hawk just for fun.
Might as well.
Push that extra damage.
Yeah, that Shapestone was massive because you look at it here. I mean, the Battle Fury would still put Sejuani out of reach, but you'd be gaining 12 life. You'd kill off... I don't know. That's tough, but either way, that's gonna be Cheeser Dude taking that one down 2-1, and that is the end of our round number 1.
Yeah, that's the end of round 1, but let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see where everyone stands so far after that round has been completed. It's gonna be FilthyGamerWeeb going up against Cheeser Dude and Susur going up against Zorig. In the lower bracket, we've got Linit versus Furious Poro Bear and Bitter versus Fig. We're going to be watching FilthyGamerWeeb versus Cheeser Dude. That's the one that we're going to be checking out. That's the featured matchup of this round. And we still have the brothers showdown potentially in the works if both FilthyGamerWeeb and Zorig find their victories.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's certainly what we're projecting, at least, but I do think Zorig would actually have a pretty big advantage going into that, just because we saw how he really dismantled the Azure Aurelia deck, and it wasn't like low roll on the side of the Azure Aurelia deck. I think they were perfectly fine draws both of the games. It was just really high value, the box, and then just the navigating the Braum Vlad deck in a way that, I mean, you could tell that they've played that matchup a lot, right? I mean, not just anyone who's not just slamming the Scargrounds on 3, you know that they know what they're doing, right? Or they have no idea what Scargrounds does. But that, I think, is less likely, especially in this
either know what they're doing or they really don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. And I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, considering we are in Fight Night for sure, and also, of course, they're a top 32 player in the seasonal. But we're not quite there yet, Casso, because we're going to be watching FilthyGamerWeeb versus Cheeser Dude, and I'm taking a look at Cheeser Dude's lineup here. We just saw them with the Sejuani, Renekton, Overwhelm, but their other deck is actually the Shen Jarvan the 4th deck that I've been seeing pop up on ladder quite a bit.
It's been coming back. I saw some tweets from Cosmic about how this deck was one that had high win rate, and he was confused why it had such a low play rate. And then the play rate was going up and the win rate was staying like really stable at a very solid win rate. I think it was, as much as it's a meme, 52%, based on the data that I saw from Cosmic. So really, this deck has been performing very well, and it's not really too much of a surprise for us to see it pop back up in Fight Night, considering that it's doing well, and Demacia Ionia has a track record of being a pretty solid tournament list with pretty reasonable matchups.
Yeah. Now, notably, this one is not the version that I actually was seeing played on ladder when I made my masters run, hit master again, by the way. And yes, I did play Azure Aurelia because I'm a complete degenerate. But that that version actually was running the Tasty Fey Folk, which, boy, did I get blown out by that card a lot, because that can can effectively gain a ton of life by just making attacks not work, but also if you do attack into it and they have a protection spell, it just gains so much life on the
Yeah.
turn it blocks, and then also effectively again when it's able to block and stop. It's just it's huge. So I think this is a more well-rounded list. Not specifically targeting something like Azure Aurelia like we saw with Zorg Dungu's lineup, but I mean, this is very reminiscent of Shen Fiora list. Is just now running the little bit over the top J4.
Yeah, the win con has changed, right? Instead of winning with Fiora, you win with the board control and the draw advantage you get from River Shaper with that value, and then using things like Golden Aegis to just rally and find wins with these boards that you can't trade well into because they've got barriers, and just finding ways to have that board domination, I think, is the big thing. And I think this deck is very good at it, and board domination is a good strategy in the game right now. I think one of the decks it may struggle against, but maybe even not because it has Golden Aegis, would be something like TLC. But I think, only see one TLC this week.
Yeah, and like you said, you've got the, traditionally, the rallies have always been good against those control decks because they are very, they're planning out their turns. They're going to take the, appropriate amount of damage. And when you can even increase that clock by 1 turn, you are really throwing them off their game. But we're not quite in that matchup yet. We've got the FilthyGamerWeeb Classic here in TF Fizz going up against the Sejuani Renekton Overwhelm.
Yeah, I mean, we just get to sit back and watch a masterclass on TF Fizz once again. FilthyGamerWeeb, Mr. TF Fizz himself, going to be playing this list, trying to get a little bit of early aggression against the Overwhelm list, going for the Poro Cannon, getting a Poro down straight away, has Iterative. I think recognizing that this Overwhelm deck can go pretty fast, but also doesn't deal with elusives at all. And maybe we'll see just these Poros with Iterative and just trying to go for as quick of a beatdown as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And notably, FilthyGamerWeeb mulligan their entire hand, so this is not necessarily a hand that was sculpted to as an early start, but this is what they were given, so they run it. That last turn was actually pretty interesting because I was expecting FilthyGamerWeeb to pass into Cheeser Dude's attack and then try to get the blowout with the suit up, but in fact, it did not happen, and FilthyGamerWeeb must be valuing the actual health on the Poro over the 3-1 existing, which is interesting to me because that's not my initial reaction.
Yeah, wow. More Iterative though for FilthyGamerWeeb. So that line of just an army of Poros is looking even more real with the second one picked up, because that can present an additional 4 damage with these extra Iteratives. Yeah. And that puts it at 9 that you're pressuring through on the next attack token.
Sure. You can go for that, but also the beauty of Iterative is now you have a 3-mana 6/6 if you want it. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily the line that FilthyGamerWeeb wants to go for, but that's one of the, one of the original use cases I saw Iterative played with was just like, oh, every time you have a 1-mana 5/5, I've now got effectively a 3-mana 6/6 just inherently, which is more expensive, but even so.
Yeah, but it deals with your 5/5, right? It's an answer.
Yeah, it always trumps the 5/5.
All right, just using TF to stall this attack completely, pretty much stopping about 7 damage while maintaining the board. Really good use of 4 mana, and gonna just go for the Zap Spray Fin. Maybe an Iterative on a Poro? I wonder, because that's still gonna do, an extra 4 total. So we've got the 9 damage. Yeah. It'll put Cheeser Dude on 5, which pretty much ensures FilthyGamerWeeb can establish a board big enough to kill from 5. and
Yeah.
still use some of these as chump blockers.
Yeah, so right now we've got 7, which is a 2-turn clock, right? You're not going to be able to increase from a 2-turn clock. Now, of course,
Correct.
the line that you're putting forth, Casa, would give you insurance against like Troll Chant, as well as just being able to have some safety for blocking. But it looks like GamerWeeb actually going to go for not playing around the Troll Chant, but still having that insurance against blocking in the form of the 6/6 here. Is actually just going to send in the 6/6 as well.
Yeah, I suppose deciding that it's not a blocker for the Ruin Runner necessarily, and if you want to trade the Ruin Runner, then FilthyGamerWeeb's happy with it. He's like, cool.
Yeah.
I would have done that anyway. And now maybe he gets extra value where he gets to block on offense effectively and take out this Yeti and then potentially block an additional time on the backswing. Makes a lot of sense. I like it.
Yeah, you think about it. If the Yeti blocked the Ruin Runner, a full health Yeti blocked the Ruin Runner, you're blocking 6 damage, right? Well, if you effectively block on attacks the 5/5 and then block the Ruin Runner, you're still blocking 6 damage. It's just over 2 units. And actually, you can block more damage because now you block the 5 from the Yeti and now can block 3 from the Trapper. So you're actually blocking 8. So really like the attack a lot. Of course, you know, FilthyGamerWeeb also has other options too. But even though, you know, you're taking more damage from the Ruin Runner, you're still blocking the same amount.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, FilthyGamerWeeb just has to survive this turn, and they should have enough damage to win. Battle Fury is the scariest card, right? There's 8 mana.
Yeah.
Would go into Ruin Runner, and that would only make 14. So,
right.
FilthyGamerWeeb's just safe. And I don't know if Cheezer Dude has the tools to survive.
Cheezer Dude would need to pre-commit. Would need to attack with both and pre-commit the Battle Fury to even force a block. This also doesn't force a block either. That's I mean, this is the beauty of playing against these types of decks is that you know what they can have. There is no, you know, there's no get excited in this deck. There's no, you know, Mystic Shot or anything to go over the top. It's just what they have in combat is what they deal. So if they're not presenting lethal to you.
Interesting. I mean, this game is deterministic, right? If that was an actual full disconnect, I believe this is a FilthyGamerWeeb win.
Yeah, this is definitely a FilthyGamerWeeb win.
It's very over.
If that happened.
I'm not sure. That kind of looked like a bug because he's still in the game, right? It should have disconnected. If not, we'll see when FilthyGamerWeeb.
I've never seen this happen.
I've literally never seen that screen. Maybe people have that scrim a lot might see it.
Right. Any scrimmers in chat?
Yeah.
Looks like, yeah. We will come back to the game in a second. Looks like GamerWeeb just trying to be sportsmanlike, actually, and make sure that the opponent is still there and trying to give them some time to react. I do agree with you, Casa. That game is actually determined regardless, so won't make too big of a difference if there was a disconnect. It's always unfortunate, but at least in this situation, it was going to be an attack from FilthyGamerWeeb, unblockable. And they were going to be able
I don't think any number of Troll Chants in hand would have actually saved them. I think he can present much more. So even if there was randomly 3 Troll Chants, I think it was still over.
Yeah, it certainly was. So not going to impact the outcome of that game from the tournament side, which is a positive, but looks like we're back either way. Okay.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool. All right.
FilthyGamerWeeb being, you know, showing some sportsmanship. Always love to see it. But this is 11 plus 6 is 17. So does need to block here, but does not need to block all that much.
Yeah, could even go for a suit up if he wanted to continue to keep this Poro alive.
Yeah.
On the trade.
Yep. Just trying to, go through the motions of what do I actually die to here.
Shaped stone, but there's been no landmark. So the two shaped
Right.
stones are just +1/+1.
Okay. So that would be 11, 12, 13. So it wouldn't be enough, but looks like GamerWeeb is just going to hedge it here.
Oh, wait, I guess there has been a landmark. Okay, I just don't remember a landmark being played. I guess there was a Perseverance played early on.
I didn't recall it either, but
either way, that is, that was the scare card, was Shaped Stone. Got past it, found a burble, found a zap. There's a rummage. There's iterative as well for the burble.
Well, we may have spoken too soon here, Casa.
Have we? Let's see. Burble plus iterative plus burble. I think that's still enough, right?
It's probably enough, especially with the Mystic Shot, but I guess we only have one we only have one troll chance available. So that will just be it, but it was closer. It was closer than we gave it credit to.
I agree. Yeah, closer than we gave it credit for. I agree with that.
But either way, that is going to be FilthyGamerWeeb taking game number 1 over Cheeser Dude, and they are just going to have to win with this little deck. I mean, it hasn't really been. It wasn't in Fight Night EU at all, but
true. Yeah.
yeah,
we're gonna see some Azir Aurelia. We're gonna see if FilthyGamerWeeb can continue the success on the I guess the best deck in the format right now is what people are saying about Azir Aurelia. So it hasn't really shown up so far today on stream at 0-2, but we'll see if FilthyGamerWeeb can pick up just one game with it out of the next 2. And once again, FilthyGamerWeeb just winning with TF Fizz on stream, just continuing to show dominance on that deck list. Yeah. Can anybody actually stop them? That is the question. Does it have to be their own brother? Is that what it's going to come down to?
The brothers' war. We'll have to wait and see. And this is the Overwhelm deck was a matchup that a lot of people early on called out as potentially a good one against Azir Aurelia. Of course, it wasn't, at least not particularly, but interesting, some interesting deck choices from FilthyGamerWeeb. Completely cut the marshals and is also not running any voices either. So none of that sort of over the top, board wide pump effect. They are running the full 3 Blossoming Blades still. They're running 1 Navori Conspirator, which is a tech choice we've seen sometimes, 2 Nopifies, a single Syncopation, and 3 Homecoming. So everything else is pretty standard from there, but a pretty streamlined version of Azir Aurelia that is really kind of trimmed a lot of the fat.
Yeah, playing more into the duos and the sparring students and utilizing the recall effects to help out those cheap units instead of going for those like big wide boards of high attack tokens. And we see, starting things off, it's a Deus Droplet will be able to enable that, but Ribbon Dancer is also a potential. Just going to develop the Azir, however, can actually just utilize the Azir attack. Looks a little bit worse with that 4-2 Rock Hopper coming down. You don't really want your Azir to drop down to 1 HP, but there could be consideration. Yeah, with your own Shaped Stone doesn't actually save Azir either because there are all of these landmarks, but I suppose having second Azir in hand makes you a little bit more comfortable with it.
Yeah, I do like the attack though. Yes, like you mentioned, the second Azir is there, and also popping the Ruin Runner landmark is also relevant, right? Like the Sand Soldiers just effectively turn Ruin Runner into just a 2-drop, a basic 2-drop, which is not super great. The Shapestone is going to be able to keep some health onto the Azir and clear the board. And, this is right where you want to be if your FilthyGamerWeeb opponent has a bunch of cards in hand, but nothing on board. And you've got a lot of pressure coming in the next couple turns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you even have a way to Blade Dance with this Ribbon Dancer and Deus plus Azir on board. So that's a lot of pressure. You've got the Dancing Dewdrop or the dancing droplet that can actually give you another way to trigger attacks very easily without having to sacrifice any blockers. Lead and follow is going to be another way to draw cards, plus give you that extra attack with the blade dance. I mean, there's just a lot of ways to continue to activate, especially because that droplet is just going to be a really good target to just use this recall to continue to refill your hand and create pressure.
Yeah, but that I want to be using that on my Ribbon Dancer. I mean, we're going to be getting Ribbon Dancer, Blade Dance, Lead and Follow, Blade Dance, second Ribbon Dancer, Blade Dance, and then actual attack. So there could be up to 4 attacks next turn.
Yeah, that can be a lot.
I mean, I usually will take 4 attacks if I can. Is there enough mana? 2, 4, 6, 7? No, we're off by 1.
Oh,
to do it all.
You're right.
We're off by 1 mana. But either way, there is still the potential for a lot of attacks. The beauty of the Ribbon Dancer, though, is that all of that can be done on Cheeser Dude's turn. Like, you don't even need the attack token to do that, to do all of that at least. We can recall the Ribbon Dancer and still have basically just as much value. The only difference is that Azir won't be able to, the Azir getting pumped won't be able to attack, of course, on Cheeser Dude's attack token, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely okay. Just get as many attacks and as much value in as you can over time with this Azir Aurelia deck. Renekton's actually getting a little bit close to leveling up. We might see a Renekton level come through, and that could be very threatening for FilthyGamerWeeb, so has to watch out a little bit, but I think the continued pressure of the Deus and the Azir going to help out quite a bit.
Yeah, Renekton getting leveled up, I mean, it's kind of scary. I mean, he turns into what, a 5, an 8/8 overwhelm. That's just chump change compared to the damage that FilthyGamerWeeb's going to be putting out. It's taller, sure, but it's certainly not going to be wide enough. And also, I mean, Renekton's not even going to be able to block Azir this turn.
Yeah, that's true. Renekton wouldn't be able to find that block. I'm curious where FilthyGamerWeeb is going to go with this, because you can do the lead and follow and just get the blade dance on this turn. You wouldn't be able to replay the ribbon dancer, but you could replay it on another turn.
Yep.
And then you could go for the big attack with the Azir, or you could just go for the swing straight up with some of the smaller things that you have right now, the Dune Keeper, the Sand Soldier, right, and just get some value from this. I wonder if you even go in with the ribbon dancer with the intent of pulling it back with lead and follow, if it is blocked.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I'm just wondering, I kind of want Azir to attack a little bit. I like this attack the most. I mean, you don't want Azir to die necessarily, but if they're using resources to block Azir and then try to kill it, I think you're likely to push through with Shapestone, and definitely able to push through with lead and follow, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I'm with you on that. And Shapestone can give that extra 3 damage right now. Lead and follow can potentially just attack on the next turn. Or you could just go for the lead and follow on this turn. You could prevent the Renekton level up and then send another attack in with a blade dance. I mean, there's a lot of options, and it does feel like FilthyGamerWeeb is still very ahead. We are going into a turn where Battle Fury would be available, and that can threaten a lot of damage, but I don't know if Cheeser Dude can actually even threaten to deal the full 15.
Right. And if it's not, then it doesn't matter. I mean, just like the last game where, if it's not lethal, I just don't care if I'm FilthyGamerWeeb. You just hit skip block and you're good to go. I like this attack going through. I think, the Shapestone is not doing it this turn, right? You could stop the Renekton level up, but I'm just so unworried about that at this point. I think FilthyGamerWeeb is going to want to see, does Cheeser Dude commit another unit here? Do they do anything? And if they do, depending on what it is, I mean, you lead and follow. You lead and follow the Ribbon Dancer. You are then going to be attacking with 4 units. They block 2 and they take 4. So not actually lethal. So FilthyGamerWeeb going to pass the turn.
Yeah, and Cheezer Dude is tapped below Battle Fury now at only 6 mana, so I don't think that there's anything threatening enough to actually end the game. Ruin Runner is the only one that presents enough damage. But even then, if this attack goes in as is, FilthyGamerWeeb can just say okay and then start sending attacks back with the Blade Dance.
Ruin Runner plus Shapestone is, I think, the scariest thing that can happen. That would be 16-19 being presented. And then FilthyGamerWeeb would have to block with everything except for 1 non-Azir unit to play around that. Which actually is pretty scary, though I think with the Blade Dances, we're still probably good.
Yeah, I think so. Ooh, it's a buffed Ruin Runner. That's an extra damage. Does that make a difference?
That would mean we'll have 17, 20 would be put through with a Shapestone. 3, 4, 5, 6. So FilthyGamerWeeb would basically have to block with everything. Or leave a Ribbon Dancer back.
And gonna look for a draw.
Okay. This is fine too. This does mean you have to block with everything and use the Shapestone.
Looking for a Homecoming. Doesn't get it.
Homecoming would be huge. Oh, I wasn't factoring in Renekton getting the buff.
Shapestone is gonna keep them alive, but if there's a Shapestone on the other side, Cheezer Dude wins. Has to be Shapestone. There's no other card.
Right.
Does he have it? He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it.
But does FilthyGamerWeeb have enough?
He has another Azir. He's got a lot of attacks.
Oh, he has another Azir. That's right. I forgot about the other Azir. And that's a sad poro on the side of Cheezer Dude.
And you can just go do drop or the droplet plus the lead and follow once again.
Yep. This is gonna do 4. Yeah, I mean this is just wrapped. Slight. I probably would have saved the sun droplet there, though it doesn't really matter, especially if you're planning on bouncing it.
And there's the Green Glade duo. That can go through. Can go for the lead and follow first, though, to just get it pumped up even more.
Yeah. Okay, Sejuani. Yeah, this is just very clearly it, right?
Yeah.
Even draw another card. Oh, why not?
Aurelia just for fun.
Yeah, Aurelia leveled up. Yep, that seems okay. That's gonna be it. FilthyGamerWeeb taking the 2-0.
Just continuing their domination on Fight Night after their victory last week. Finds another 2-0. Advances to the winners final. Once again, I mean, FilthyGamerWeeb is just on a tear so far. And, you know, it's like crazy because it's like, oh, this patch is going so well for FilthyGamerWeeb. He's a TF Fizz player. And yet he's just coming out. All he plays is TF Fizz. He's coming out and dunking on people with it.
Yeah.
And again, it just goes to show that, hey, TF Fizz might still just be a top 4 deck, like FilthyGamerWeeb's been saying, like Floppy Mudkip have been saying. It might just be a top 4 deck. In the right hands, of course. In a player who knows how to play that deck's hands, it is still an absolute menace. And FilthyGamerWeeb just trying to prove it again and again. I mean, we saw Guardia win with it earlier as well. Other players that are good are picking it up, and they're like, wait, this deck might be it still. It might still be at the top of the tables for tournament play. And I'm curious if FilthyGamerWeeb keeps up this domination if it affects the seasonal at all. If we see a lot of really good players bringing TF Fizz to the seasonal.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, old TF classic TF Fizz players, like Yost, like Monty, like Drizoth, who have had successes, a lot of success with TF Fizz back when it was more of the meta choice, and have gone on to other decks. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I think it is a deck that we obviously see here. Will pay you out for putting time into it.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to see in just a moment if FilthyGamerWeeb continues this domination as they have moved on to the winner's bracket final. We're waiting the results of the other side to see if he's going to be going up against his brother in the winner's final. I'm hoping for it, but that's a big obstacle with Susur that Zorig Dungu is going against. So we will find out soon enough, but we are going to go to a short break. When we return, more Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We've already got 2 rounds in the books, and we're moving on to the winners bracket final. Excited to see this one. We've all been waiting for it, and let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see what happened. What is that? It's the brothers going up against each other in the winners bracket final. The sibling rivalry. They both made it from opposite sides of the bracket and are here in the winners final. FilthyGamerWeeb versus his brother that he called out last week after winning, Zorig Dungu. Both of them have made it to top 32 of a seasonal. And now they face off to see which is the better brother in this fight night. And I will say, Zorig's lineup looks like he specifically was trying to counter his brother.
Yeah, it really does. I wonder if we're gonna see, like, if one of them starts losing, we're gonna see them run off camera, then run to the other room, like punch their brother in the arm and be like, start giving them a noogie. And I mean, honestly, I don't know. Casa doesn't say anywhere in the rules that you can't do that. I'm just wondering.
It actually doesn't. So if
I'm
they
just
did,
wondering.
I can't enforce anything. Like it's not technically against the rules for them to just fight IRL during the
Stop attacking yourself.
stream.
Stop attacking yourself. Stop attacking yourself.
I really like if they just had a fight instead of actually playing the card game, I couldn't stop them. I really, it wouldn't be within my purview to be able to do that as just like it's not in the rules. Maybe we need to add it. It's the FilthyGamerWeeb rule of can't fight IRL.
Yeah, there is no IRL fighting allowed. But all jokes aside, we have been, secretly or not so secretly hoping that this matchup would come. And I think, honestly, so did Zorig Dungu because, like we mentioned, we already saw them 2-0 TF, or sorry, not TF we already saw them 2-0 Azurelia, and their lineup, I think, is made very specifically to 2-0 that deck, if not have a good matchup against TF Fizz as well.
Yeah, it seems like it actually does have a good matchup against TF Fizz. It deals with the elusives pretty well, having the box to deal with big turns of Burblefish. Withering Whale also deals with Burblefish pretty well. And then just the ability to have that extra removal in the Freljord deck with the Avalanches and the Ice Shards. I think, a lot of that is just good against both of these lists. And it does, it is just funny. It is really funny to see the two brothers show up and one of them basically having a counter lineup. It's like he's like, hey bro, what are you bringing? I'm just trying to figure out what I might want. I'm just trying to prep. And then he hears what it is and he's like, okay, yeah. And then just goes and builds a counter lineup of exactly what was brought.
If I go look through RCO, am I going to see Zorig? Am I going to see someone named Dorig Zongu asking how to beat a TF Fizz Azurelia deck? But I have seen this happen in like paper card games where it's like, brothers will play in a tournament and they'll have sideboard cards against their brother's deck specifically. It is a very funny dynamic, and especially coming into this deck. I mean, somewhat jokes aside, but for a fact that one out of the 7 other players that you could potentially be playing against is going to have these decks, right? So it's a safe bet, right? You know that 100% that matchup is at least a possibility. Everything else is sort of a coin flip. So I don't hate it. And I think, obviously when you know that your brother is going to be bringing Azurelia and TF Fizz, going heavy against Azurelia is probably a good idea just in general because it's likely to be brought by a number of players.
And it was also the winning lineup from last week from FilthyGamerWeeb, so the chances are that maybe someone else would copycat that and try and get the win with the same lineup, and you might hit multiple people with it. I like to stick with the narrative that he just countered his brother because he wants to beat up on him as the older brother. It's something my brother would definitely do if he was in the same position. So I
definitely would do it if my brother was playing.
So I get it. I do. I think it's really funny. I wonder if one of these two wins and we can get the scoop on it, but they are going up against each other now. Zorig Dungu versus FilthyGamerWeeb. Azurelia going to be the lead from FilthyGamerWeeb, and we'll see if Zorig Dungu can 2-0 it once again.
Yeah, I mean, this is how they drew it up, I'm sure. And this hand looking pretty nice from Zorig here. I mean, the classic keeper caretaker, or sorry, keeper butcher, and even as a Dune keeper to boot, which always feels great when your opponent opens on Dune keeper and you have the defensive Dune keeper to just stop it. It always feels great. Now in this matchup specifically, there is a thought process going into whether this Sand Soldier attacks in the first place, and also, well, actually, Zorig, okay, Zorig just wants to play.
Yeah, he wants to eat it.
There's actually a lot of nuance in this in that initial sequence, but I've seen players not attack with the Sand Soldier on 1 when I play mine, and you might as well in most other matchups because you get the Aurelia trigger. In this matchup, it's potentially you don't want to because you don't want to give them a free slay proc, but here I think it kind of ended up working out for both players, weirdly enough.
Yeah, it ended up being fine. Now we see Zorig just bank some mana, and potentially we've got Keeper into a slay from the wings. And there it is, last wind.
Yeah.
Gonna come down, take that out. It's a pretty big, scary board. The attack in from the duo. Just gonna try and take it out with the Vile Feast, but there is the Shaped Stone backup. Try and keep this powerful duo on board and just get as much damage out as possible. And it can be an incredibly threatening unit, and Zorig does not have a way to deal with it anymore. With the Vile Feast gone, we'll have to find another answer.
Yeah, but it looks like Zorig is on the well, I can beat down 2 plan. Of course, trying to outrace Azir Aurelia. That's a tough one. That is definitely a toughie for sure, and the Aurelia certainly does not help Zorig's case here, as well. There is no Sand Soldier producer, which is nice, but this oh boy, is this duo gonna get huge.
Yeah, this duo is going to get very big on this turn. Like you said, no Sand Soldier producer, but there are 2 Ribbon Dancers.
Yep.
That can create a lot more value. There's also this Lead and Follow, and that can do the same. I do think that if Zorig can develop this Thresh, though, it does start to enter a dynamic of a potential Thresh level up, turning into a pull of an Nasus on the backswing. That could be a scary option, but threatening to have Whale is the other potential idea that Zorig wants to go for.
Yeah. It looks like Zorig is just going to keep passing here. There really isn't a ton of value in just playing out the Thresh because these ground units I don't think are coming in anyway, right? You're not going to get, and there's not the the Sand Soldier, there's not the Sand Soldier generator where you can just get free procs for Thresh. So this seems fine. Zorig actually pretty excited about the fact that that was all that was coming through here.
Yeah, he saw the fist bump. Gonna go down to 4, but now can start to establish Merciless Hunter and potentially go for the Nasus on the next turn and look to get past with the Fearsome.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. Just go. Hey, this is an opening. I mean, we see that it's actually not because of the homecoming, but either way, not. I guess GamerWeeb just wants the blocker.
Yeah, okay. Thresh would be able to get rid of the duo.
Sure. Unfortunately for Zorig, I think it doesn't really matter which line they go for. Homecoming kind of stops both of these lines.
Right.
I'm I'm wondering if they're...
Yep, there's just the homecoming. Just does it
Yep.
straight away. Has the droplet, so it's going to be a card draw as well.
Mm-hmm.
All these lead and follows.
Yep. Oh, the additional benefit of the Thresh, too, is that the second Thresh threshes the box, which, of course, is a spell that Zorig desperately wants.
Yeah, both blocks have to come out, but lead and follow can be used to save the Green Glade duo.
Okay. Could actually use 2 lead and follows to save both the Aurelia and the duo.
That's true.
You don't need to cast... I mean, casting the Flawless Duet's not even that great. Yeah, it's actually just gonna
only
save
saves Aurelia.
Aurelia. Okay. That's...
Oh, because Aurelia is going to level up and you've got the droplet, so you don't need the other elusive because Aurelia will be enough damage. It doesn't need a heal, however.
Right. That is not a heal. But now we have... no, we don't.
We have the box.
We do have the box, which will kill... but then there's lead and follow. Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, I think this is just over, right? Oh, you see the frustration. It's so close. It was so close, but that's gonna be it with the newly buffed Aurelia.
Yeah, there's also a syncopation, so even without the buff,
yeah,
wouldn't have mattered. But Zorig knows that this one is done, and that's gonna make this an incredibly hard set because, well, this is the deck that you wanted to 2-0.
Yep.
So with this one out, it's just your brother playing TF Fizz, and you know he's the best damn TF Fizz player in this game.
Yeah. I mean, you know, all FilthyGamerWeeb had was literally half of the TF Fizz games. And that was a few weeks ago, which I would imagine if, you know, they've been playing at the same clip, they've probably surpassed the halfway point of this.
Well, no, I mean, I would argue it probably went down because people have recognized that the deck is very good and now other people are playing it. So I would imagine it's less than 50% now. But at one point it was, and that's insane that was a figure that existed.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, either way, that was a very, very close game. And yeah, like you said, it is definitely, I mean, it always is an uphill battle when you lose game one, but when you have to play against a player's essentially pet deck, which also just happens to be an insanely good deck, it is not where you want to be. That's coming in. A little bit of chip and a Slay proc for Zorig here, but he's still cat jamming away.
Yeah, he's just been jamming the whole entire time.
What do you think?
Love to see it. What is he listening to? I don't know, Blevins. Do you have a thought? You have an idea?
No, not really. I'm just wondering. I'm thinking it's either Cascada or like some really, really heavy metal stuff. Just like really obscure, like Norwegian.
He's a Zoomer, Blevins. He probably doesn't even know who Cascada is.
No, that's like a meme song, right? I don't know. He's listening to Ocean Man.
Yeah, sure. He's listening to Ocean Man. Oh god. Listening to whatever's popular on TikTok currently.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Yep. I definitely know some of those songs.
Yep, of course you do, Blevins. Yep. He's bopping to the new he's bopping to the new Olivia Rodrigo album, you know?
Yep, I know that one for sure.
This is where I get to make references that Blevins doesn't get, because normally it's the other way around.
True. Very true. Board control seeming to be the name of the game here for Zorig. But is it going to be enough? You need to be able to finish the game at some point, right? And this is it's only pushing 4. We're going to be able to save Fizz with the suit up.
Yeah, the Thresh not quite leveling either. Can see a little bit of disdain from Zorig on that, knowing that the Fizz is living. Does have Whale to deal with it, though, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Unless the Fizz levels up. If Fizz levels up, then it becomes out of reach.
True. But the Fizz alone is not going to end this, which is nice. Ooh, Zorig not going to like to see that Mystic Shot, I would imagine.
There's 2 Mystics, 2 away on Thresh. Would get there from the Withering Whale, but there will potentially be a response with a Mystic Shot.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, finds the Mind Meld, which can't be played this turn. And there might not be enough of a board in response. Gonna take down Zorig to 5, so can't be killed by just Mystics.
Yeah. This is a tough one. And it actually says, you know what? I'm not beating Mystic Get Excited or Double Get Excited here, but I might be able to beat an empty hand. I wonder if we might just see the Mystic Shot fired off onto the Thresh here, but it's so close.
Yeah, because if you don't fire it off now, the Thresh gets to challenge it on the open attack, and then you can't use the blocker. So you kind of have to Mystic now.
Right.
Glimpse Beyond, not a great draw. Doesn't really do anything at this spot. It does help with refill, but you're at 5 HP, so not playing the long game.
Well, it can, depending on how much it gets through, it can help us draw an atrocity, which of course would end the game. And very well might just be what Zorig has to go for here. We see them going down to 2.
Yeah, now we get Chum the Waters. And then there's a Mind Meld available.
Ooh, the Glimpse on the X1 gonna get countered by the Mystic Shot potentially. Okay, it doesn't actually do it.
Lets it through. Chum the Waters goes down. But Mind Meld is available to buff up this Overwhelm unit.
How big is it going to be, though? We did see the TF
level
level
be at
or
least
the
9, right?
Fizz. Yeah.
There's a Burble.
I'm not actually sure how big it's going to be. Yeah, I think 9, 8 or 9, I think. Maybe
yeah,
more.
9 is... Well, 9 is all you need in theory. There is healing, of course.
Yep.
There's the Mind Meld.
8. Only 8. That's
Which is not even enough. It'd only be enough if both of the elusive survived, but there's actually Whale plus Vial.
That's right. Everything is dead.
And that's just way too much healing. I think Zorig's got it.
And the board is gone.
Well, yeah, I mean it's too much healing for even burn. There's no way you can just draw out of this.
Right.
Because if even if your board got deleted, if there was no healing, you could draw into a Get Excited, and you could still find the win. But this is board gone, all the healing. Zorig Dungu takes game 2, actually takes down the TF Fizz. It's very rare we see it. Rare if ever we've seen FilthyGamerWeeb lose on this deck.
Yeah.
Finally, a game goes down. Zorig takes him out, and now there's just Scar Grounds versus TF Fizz, which you got to get aggressive with Scar Grounds to be able to find the victory. If you're taking too long on the setup, TF Fizz will run you over. So we'll have to see how this hand pans out for Zorig Dungu.
Yep. Absolutely. Ice Shard seems like it could be pretty good in general. But looks like Zorig says a little bit too slow. I gets one anyway. But 1 into 2 seems good with an Ice Shard to back up and bolster that initial aggression. Seems pretty good. Even gets the attack on 1, or at very least denies FilthyGamerWeeb the attack on 1, which is nice.
It's his own 1 damage a chip in on 1.
Yep.
Ice Shard going to be nice in general for dealing with wide elusive boards if they happen. Can help with Fizz quite a bit as well. It's not a target.
Right. Yep, that's just a no attacks available there. Now a Troll Chant makes this attack look very nice. Not that it didn't already. And like you said, Casa, the early beatdowns are coming on the side of Zorig here. FilthyGamerWeeb really just has to sit back and set up.
Yeah, the Ignition's going to start firing away, revving their engines, these ballistic bots, as there are 2 on the board. It's going to be a lot of pressure, and it's going to help out these rummages, because that's just 2 free cards that FilthyGamerWeeb has been given if he wants, but also just using it as chip damage and to buff up these ballistic bots is quite solid. Also granting that elusive to Fizz. Going to be nice, but yeah, these are going to get very, very strong.
Yeah, and all this little chip it's all permanent, right? There's no life gain on the side of Zorig, and
Kindly Tavern Keeper, but that's
that's true.
Not a ton. There's a little bit
actually. Death Lotus, of course, this would get countered by a drawn suit up, but we see that that is not there. So you got to feel pretty good getting rid of that early Fizz. And these, these ballistic bots are potentially scary, but they're not. They're scary in that, your board can't really attack into this, and they're going to be generating these ignitions, but that's kind of fine.
Yeah, FilthyGamerWeeb decides to try and trade, but the Curator is going to be able to stay alive with the Troll Chant, get value, and get rid of a ballistic bot. Curator going infinite by making another Curator.
I have the name. I need the reputation. I don't know anything else about the card. Couldn't tell you what the name is, even though he's hovering it, but I know that one voice line.
It's pretty good, actually. Good one.
Morp exposed for not already following, but nonetheless, Zorig in a pretty good position here. This is not a Twisted Fate of old where you're really afraid of it leveling up super quickly. Granted, there was a pick a card already played, and there's a Mind Meld that can go over the top from, that could do 16 relatively easily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at a hand full of burn, right? We've got double get excited.
I did say that this wasn't the days of old, and we wouldn't see a Twisted Fate leveled up super quickly. But boy, am I dumb.
Yeah, there's so many rummages picked up. Found the stress testing too. Just gets in a lot of extra
stress testings.
TF's level. There's plenty to do still, right? Like there's a burble. There's an iterative. You can play another burble. You got suit up. And then look at all this burn. So if you get damaging with this attack token, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 burn damage available with just these get exciteds and the mystic shots.
Yeah. And also just 100 or so other things too. I mean, is Zorig dead this turn?
Well, not dead this turn, but maybe effectively dead, right? Because of the burn. Like being enabled by the attack that comes in. Like, FilthyGamerWeeb's not going to deal 15 right now, but they're going to do a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10 points of burn. There's going to be enough mana. 3, 6. Yeah, it's 10 mana. So next turn, there will be 10 mana. FilthyGamerWeeb can win at fast speed on the next turn. Kindly Tavern Keeper going to stop that for now.
I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see the suit up pre-committed. Yes, I think it was saved to be a little cheeky to try to, you know, bait out a, you know, an Ice Shard or a Death Lotus and then counter it. But I don't know if, you know, if GamerWeeb really needed to get that, eke out that extra little piece of value when you just drew 30 cards and leveled up a Twisted Fate. So I mean, you think about it, there would have been, I guess, only 2 extra damage, but they'd be at 10. And, I mean, you'd have pretty close to lethal being presented right now. Probably won't matter.
Yeah, I mean, there's still enough damage, just not enough mana on this turn. So it really is just FilthyGamerWeeb just has to live, and then he wins.
Right.
That's it. That's all that matters. Just survive, and you win the game because you have all this burn. You're getting these ignitions. Even if you trade away your ignitions, you've got TF, which is just an additional damage every turn with red card.
Right.
So your entire goal right now is just survive because you have the burn damage, and there's another Mystic even, right? So you even just have more available to you to continue to just keep pushing that extra damage.
Yep.
You had 10 before this Mystic, so you can send this Mystic upstairs if you want, and just continue to play out this burn strategy.
Yeah, and there's just really no threat from Zorig. I mean, you're not really afraid of anything going super over the top. Now, even if there was a cheeky, Three Sisters into Fury, it would just get countered by the gold card.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is just, you know, leveled TF doing leveled TF things, but the burn is just all there. This is just, you know, Zorig's just kind of waiting to lose at this point because, I mean, there's been so many cards drawn. Obviously, he doesn't know exactly what's in the hand, but he just lost his entire board. Yeah, he can Avalanche to try and deal with, you know, a little bit before playing anything more. That will deal with Twisted Fate, but one of these might be another TF in hand. I haven't really kept track of these pick cards, whether they're real or TFs, but odds are one of them is a TF.
Yep.
And it's just 6 life to get excited. There's a suit up for fun. FilthyGamerWeeb doing the, you know, BMing his brother a little bit.
I mean, it's not fully BM. I mean, that was a reduced cost suit up, so you want to cast it now, and also you get to attack to, I guess, you know, force them to commit more stuff. I mean, it's just over, right? I mean,
no, he's BMing his brother, Blevins.
Okay,
He's he's bullying him. He's like, hey, I win. Better brother today. FilthyGamerWeeb going to be advancing to the grand finals once again. Is this 3 weeks in a row or just 2?
To back. This is 3. This
yeah,
is the original got called out by Floppy, got second, and then won last week, and now this week.
Yeah.
Another finals appearance. So crazy run from FilthyGamerWeeb here.
Yeah, I mean, every single time bringing Twisted Fate Fizz, just continuing to carry this deck and takes it to another grand finals. Zorig Dungu gonna have to try and make the run back from the losers final to face off against his brother once more. I think this is a matchup that he can win with this lineup.
Oh yeah,
FilthyGamerWeeb was able to come out on top this time around. Once again, gonna be invited back.
Yeah, I think Zorig definitely feels good in that matchup in general. You know, would love obviously to get another crack at it, but it would not be until the grand finals that they'd be able to do it. So, and in that case, they'd be coming from the loser side. So they're not only going to have to win it once, they would have to win it twice in a row to be able to do that. But we've certainly seen that happen before, a 4-0 on a specific deck in a grand finals.
We have seen it. And I think, you know, this is the kind of lineup that can pull that off. I really do think it's possible for Zorig to do it. He's going to be awaiting his opponent in the losers bracket final, see if he can get that win to face off against his brother once more. We've got plenty more matches coming your way, but we're going to go to a short break. When we return, more Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're jumping right into a game 2 that is just ending, I believe. I think that atrocity just killed this person. Yeah, there it is.
It did.
Yeah, she's a dude dies in game 2, but she's a dude won game 1. So I think we've got a game 3 coming your way, as we do see game 2 taken down by Bitter. It looked like that was against Freljord Overwhelms, and it was the Thresh Nasus being played.
Yep.
So that should mean that Cheezer Dude still has Freljord Overwhelm left, and will be taking on Draven Ezreal going in for game number 3. What do you feel about that matchup, Lev, as we jump into it?
Yep, it's very much going to rely on how aggressive can Cheezer Dude be early. This looks like a pretty decent hand to stop some of the early aggression, but I mean, the Ez Draven deck really never blocks super well, and it also doesn't face tank damage super well either. So if Cheezer Dude can get off to a very aggressive start, it's going to be tough, especially with no tri-beam in hand to start ticking up. This ballistic bot is no longer long for this world. I'm gonna see like a nope, just gonna get the straight up trade, which is fine. I mean, Draven can come down here, start generating a little bit of value, but again, like, if we just start seeing an onslaught from Cheezer Dude, there's just not a ton that Bitter can do about it.
Yeah, it looks like the ballistic bot was forfeit to protect the Draven from being vulnerable, and then immediately Draven is granted vulnerable by a Merciless Hunter. You know, this hand is very minion heavy for Bitter, which is good in a sense, because the Thorn of the Rose actually has a very high attack value, so it can trade with the Overwhelm units really well, but you will still be taking that damage to the face because it's only 1 toughness. So while it will act as removal, you'll still be taking the damage. The Guiles can be helpful to slow things down, but they might just get thrown away because there's a lot of discard to card draw in this hand currently with the Rummage and the Sump Dredger.
Yeah, I mean, this actually seems like a pretty decent spot. I mean, Troll Chant here is going to be kind of devastating, right? It saves both. It's the good old 2-for-1 Troll Chant, but actually, I guess it's not. It would only be a 1-for-1 if Bitter decides to block here, which I am very intrigued that they didn't block there.
Yeah, that's actually kind of the best block you can get out of Thorn of the Rose, because it's not it's not an overwhelm. So you're actually stopping all the damage and getting the trade. But I imagine there's another target that Bitter is more concerned about.
Well, or Bitter is saying, you know what? I'm the aggressor here. I'm going to be attacking with this 5-1 and also a 4-3, and I've got an additional 5-1. And if you don't put enough forward, I can get value off of Guile. I can, you know, potentially do some other stuff as well. Now, unfortunately for them, they're 1 mana off of being able to Guile to pop the spell shield into Thermo Beam the Ruin Runner, but either way, we are going to see the spell shield popped. I kind of don't mind the no block now that I look at it, because it's basically, you know, I ended up trading 5 damage for 4, so that's a positive. This does set up the kill with Mystic Shot. Oh no, it sets up the kill with Scorched Earth. Okay, this makes sense.
All right, Sejuani gonna come down. Grant vulnerable to the Thorn of the Rose, which does open up a lot of damage potential on the swing in with the Overwhelm. It's only gonna be stopped by 1 toughness. Get the Rummage through, try and get that extra card draw. But there are good responses to the Ruin Runner now that it doesn't have Spell Shield. You can put forth something with a kind of higher toughness with a Ballistic Bot or a Draven to try and prevent even more of the damage.
Yep, and this looks like it. I mean, it has to. I think it has to be Flock here, because or else you just get devastated by Troll Chant if you go for Mystic Shot. Yep, looks like it is going to be a Flock coming out, and I wonder if we'll see an axe. Nope, we won't see an axe used, just to get a damage on a
Scorched
single
Earth
one.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been reasonable, right? Throw away one of these other cards, just get the Scorched Earth activated. You can do it with Mystic later on. Yeah, these ballistic bots are not fantastic actually in this matchup, which normally they're really good. You want them for the extra card generation or even just something to discard to your axe, but in this matchup, they're not doing a fantastic job at stopping these attacks from coming through. They're just like 3 extra health for 2 mana, essentially, is all they're doing against these overwhelms.
Yeah, not super great though. I mean, you can get them pretty big. You can get them relatively big. Oh, I hope that they don't use the axe to try to get in with Ezreal, because there's actually still going to be a 0 because it gives -2. Oh no.
Oh. Yep. Yeah, there it is. That poro comes out.
Before. I've made that mistake before.
Yeah, exhaust -2.
Yep. I've done that before.
We're doing science once again on the Giant Slayer LoR channel.
Yeah, except we already came to that. We already knew the conclusion of that experiment, unfortunately. And I mean, that's just not good, right? That's just not great. Now,
yeah,
I do wish that they gave us the -1. Like, just show it. I mean,
it would be helpful.
It would definitely be helpful. Because, like, I see a 0, I think it's 0, but it's actually not 0. It's misrepresenting the. Honestly, it's misrepresenting the current state of the game, which is, I think, unacceptable. Or maybe unacceptable is the wrong word. It's not good, right? It's just not good.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I think if we could get some negative numbers in there, it'd be pretty nice. Because I think the mistake is really easy to make, even if you know about the interaction, because you just see, oh, it's 0-3, I'll just give it 1. Yeah. So I think, like, as much as it's like, ah, yes, this interaction is known, like, you should know it. You should know it. You should figure it out. I don't think Bitter's going to make that mistake again, but it's very easy to make it, to make the mistake.
Yeah. I think, you know, Runeterra is, you know, I don't know if FilthyGamerWeeb, you know, depending on what level of math class they're in, they might not have gotten to integers yet. But I think that, you know, integers, you can display integers and most people are going to get it.
Oh, God.
16. So let's see. That means probably in 10th grade. So, yeah, I mean, if he's, yeah, I'd say probably. Right? Yeah, definitely.
Might have learned negative numbers at this point. Might know about them.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember what age people learn things. It was hundreds of years ago for me.
Oh, that's game. there's a battle fury and all that.
Yeah.
Just there's no response available.
No.
That are going to fall in the losers quarterfinals. Cheeser dude gonna advance the losers semis to go up against Susur, who's the other returning player from last week, trying to make the losers bracket run and return once again. Lost to Zorig in the semifinals winner side. Now trying to look for redemption as we see the bracket here. Susur versus Cheeser dude. Zorig waiting in the losers final. Face off against the winner of this next match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, gonna be a good one. Zorig, obviously. Yeah. I mean, it goes without saying that their next match is very important. It's pretty obvious, but I think it's important from the fact that it has extra importance because Zorig, I think, wants to actually play against FilthyGamerWeeb. We've talked about this before. Not just because this is brother, not just because it would be the fact that he's making it into the grand finals and gets the invite back again. but also because of the just because of the matchup specifically, Zorig wants to play against that, wants to play against the Zero Relia, because even though they lost the last time they played against it, I think, given a larger sample size, they're going to be favored
Mhm.
overall.
Yeah,
So they
I would
definitely
agree.
want another shot at it.
I would agree. I think that their lineup is favored. They beat Susur earlier as well, so maybe they
Yeah.
want to see Susur again. I'm not sure. I have to take a look again. Yeah, Cheezer Dude has not come into contact with Zorig Dungu yet.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how they will fare against Cheezer Dude's lineup because it feels like Cheezer
Yeah,
Dude
I'm
with
looking it up
Overwhelm
now.
and Shen Jarvan would
Yeah.
actually do a lot better against the unit centric boards that Zorig Dungu is playing, at least than
Yeah.
an Azir Aurelia lineup would. So I think, overall, Zorig wants to potentially see Susur win again. Actually, I'm looking at Susur's lineup, and I think both of these players have lineups that are a bit scarier. They're not things that Zorig wants to be playing against.
Right. Yeah, they definitely are. Of course, Zorig. I mean, at the end of the day, Zorig's still playing
Mhm.
one very good deck, and I think one reasonable deck, right? In the Vlad Braum. Like it does have those very explosive, aggressive draws, and it can, deal with a lot of stuff. I'm still not sold. I'm not a Vlad Braum believer, even though I love Braum and Vlad for that. Well, I don't really love
He will
Vlad,
have
but
words.
yeah. Yeah, but I will say, you know, even though they are teched, I think specifically against Azir Aurelia, they still have game against other decks too. So, not necessarily shaking in their boots yet, but certainly this is not the matchup that they built their deck to try to beat.
Absolutely. But, just taking a look at the matchup from the perspective of just Cheezer Dude versus Susur,
Yeah.
it's going to be Ash LeBlanc and Shen J4 against Shen J4 and Overwhelm. So when you look
Mhm.
at these two lineups, do you give a slight favor either way? Because for me, I would say Frostbite is going to potentially be able to beat down on the Overwhelm list, and it does okay against Shen J4 as well, just having that mid range kind of controlling ability. So I kind of like the Ash LeBlanc a little bit more in this dynamic of the mid range list.
Yeah, I do like the Ash LeBlanc list just in general. It has, it's got more it's got bigger plays it can make, with Reckoning and just the harsh winds turns, really any freeze turns, Assessor as well. You can really control that board. You actually have the beef on your board. We can see here, if you get a Hearthguard down, all of your units all of a sudden are, blocking up and soaking up so much more of that damage. I mean, even Iceveil Archer as sort of a 2-for-1 in the sense that you can block and effectively block by freezing in a turn. It has the troll chance and the elixir of iron to, effectively gain more life as well. I think that this deck just has so many more big turns than the overwhelm deck does. Even if the overwhelm deck, the overwhelm deck can be more aggressive, but a lot of times I don't think that the game is going to come down to that unless there's some sort of nut draw. And then, I think that the J4 Shen deck lines up better against Overwhelm than it does against this. So yeah, I would agree with you, Cass. I do think that Susur is going to end up having the at least the advantage going into this match. Now, of course, that having a mild advantage going into a matchup does not a match win make, right? You do need to get there. You do need to line things up. And all of these decks really do have a lot of different interactions and plays that can either get you ahead, or if you're being a little greedy, or you play into something that your opponent is setting up, you can really get punished. So I think it definitely is going to come down to the player's decisions, as well as obviously the draws from both players.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited to see this matchup. I think we're back to the days of old Blevins of just mid range, just beating
Yeah.
up against each other. At least as close as we're gonna get to that, I think, in the current
Right.
day and age. Early LoR was a lot more leaned a lot more to just kind of mid range unit combat.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of that for a while. It's been a lot more, control or combo
Mhm.
being the top of the tables. Sometimes aggressive decks as well, making their way in, and we've been seeing mid range phase out somewhat. We see Deep and Ash continuing to just hold on for dear life and keep the archetype alive. But yeah, this is kind of cool to see essentially for quote unquote mid range decks. I know people could argue on some facets of it, but I would say at least if you're just gonna say aggro mid range combo control are the only 4 archetypes, then this mid range would be what we classify here.
Yeah, I would definitely call these ones mid range. Yeah, they're in a good spot where they're unit based and they can control the board, right? Which is quite good against a lot of the other decks, the more aggro, or I guess like combo. I don't know, what do you call a Zero Rally? A combo aggro, probably.
Yeah, I
Something
mean,
like that.
I guess you could just say aggro, but it really does have a lot of combo components to it. So
Yeah, like when you, I think if you compare it to these mid-range decks, it's aggro, but if you compare it to Azir Burn, it's combo, right? So it's kind of
yeah,
like, it's like the
a little bit of both.
well, it's like those those color gradient sheets where like you look at it and it looks like a rainbow, but if you cover up half of it, like the two colors next to each other look the same. I'm making a very obscure reference that maybe one person will get, but that one person's going to know
Like
exactly
an
the point I'm
optical
trying to
illusion
make.
of some kind. Yeah.
Kind of, yeah, where it like when you look at them next to each other, they look I guess it would be the opposite. They look very different, but when you look at the whole thing, you can it's a little bit harder to tell. But either way, I do I do think that Susur is a little bit favored here. Of course, Susur, our returning runner up from last week as well. I'm wondering, the Shen J4 deck, I don't believe we saw any of it in the previous weeks, and this week it really has picked up. I'm wondering if it's going to show the results. Like, is it going to be, in the mix? It seems kind of like this is now the de facto Demacia deck, whereas a couple of weeks ago it was maybe Dragons.
Yeah, that is interesting to see dragons phasing out quite a bit in lieu of this Demacia version with the Shen and the Jarvan, but I think it is kind of been the flavor of the week. It's been having its resurgence, and we'll see if it continues to have success. I mean, 2 players in the loser semifinal are the 2 players that brought this list, so both players that brought it top 4. That's a pretty good result.
Right. And at least one copy of it is going to, at minimum, get a top 3 as well. So certainly, I think showing its at least consistency, right? Because that's, when I think of this type of deck, whether it's J4 or Fiora or what have you, it's consistency that really makes me, I think that really gives this deck a lot of staying power.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is an interesting start for Susur. Kind of the pass to turn 3 that we can see a lot of the time with this kind of style of deck. The barrier Demacia has consistently had that kind of play style. We do get the Green Glade Caretaker though, so that could be something that gets played to eat up this Rockhopper's generated landmark and just potentially trade with the 2-drop. Overall, that's reasonable value. Susur just wants to develop this River Shaper and just try and get some value out of it. Try and draw out spells so that they can actually hit units to deal with the overwhelms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about River Shaper in the current climate. It theoretically, it blocks a blade. You get to draw an additional free card. I just don't think that it plays out like that very often. If we see something like a Trapper here, oh, this is all right. I think you take this trade every time, but I think River Shaper is living in a different world than we've once seen it, and I don't know if that world is really where River Shaper wants to be right now.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily, but at least Susur will probably be happy with this trade. With the River Shaper, just deal with the 3/1 overwhelm and generate a card. For overall, you're just trying to get as many draws with these River Shapers as you can to make sure that your draw quality later in the game is good and you get card advantage. And this River Shaper might get 2, so that's a success for Susur as a whole. If it can actually get 2 procs, it might even get more with this barrier being established.
It very well could get more, and now, Cheeser going to attack. These attacks do not look very good. Even, I mean, if there's a troll chant, sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Can't even attack.
Yeah, now you can go barrier.
Yep.
You could go an additional River Shaper even, but there's, you know, it probably doesn't want to swing if it's only a 2/2. Unless Susur is like, I only need to protect one of these, and I just want to trade this one for a spell. There is the Golden Aegis, which doesn't feel very good on this turn, but
no, not
potential
on this
to just
turn.
try and draw.
Yeah, I don't think on this turn, but boy, is it going to feel good when you have that Jarvan.
Absolutely.
And Jarvan is coming out. Could technically come... no, I guess can't come out next turn because you can't rally and afford Jarvan still. Jarvan is a card that I feel like we haven't given enough chance as a community yet. Like, it's such a unique effect. He is expensive, but he feels just so strong. Whenever I'm playing against this deck, I'm like, they're lining up attacks. I'm like, this doesn't even make sense. And then I hear that like wapang, and he comes in, and I'm like, oh boy, I'm gonna lose here, aren't I? We have Battle Fury mana available, so I don't know if blocks are advisable here.
Yeah, it's interesting. There is potential that letting it in is the correct play, but you do have a lot of combat tricks. Now you definitely can line up blocks, right? Because you don't have to worry about the Battle Fury anymore. There's absolutely, I think, no reason to let attacks come through. You can use spells, use blocks, do whatever you want. It's like double Sharp Sight is going to be pretty good at lining up solid blocks.
Yeah.
On this play.
Yeah, absolutely. This will put... Yeah, single Sharp Sight will threaten to kill Renekton, which is nice if Renekton pulls a 3/2. This is just going to be Jarvan put out as a blocker here. It makes sense, especially since we can Golden Aegis next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a defensive barrier to just try and get a value trade.
Right.
Basically, next turn, it would do a similar thing when he comes out to challenge, but he would be killing a higher priority target.
Right.
Gonna get exhausted and pulled as well. Actually, to the Renekton so that it actually can't find a trade. But that does protect a little bit more life, so...
Right.
Maybe not the worst.
This also pushes 8 Fearsome, which is nice. Plus the 4 additional 5, 6. So this is, I think, pushing 14, 15. 4, 6, 7 plus 8 is 15. Yeah, so Susur just going to go for the kill on the Rune Runner here. Susur is... Cheeser is not playing Elixir of Iron. I think it would have... Yeah, that was a pretty safe pump there. Second Jarvan.
Who could go for a Cataclysm. Plus... Golden Aegis, but just gonna start with an attack with a River Shaper. It's looking for a draw. And Sharp Sight for the trade.
Sure.
Goes to 6 mana though, so now Aegis plus Cataclysm does not work.
Aegis plus anything right now is no longer an option.
Yeah.
Okay, Troll Chant. It's going to go for a heal onto Renekton. Okay, Concerted is interesting. Now Susur is just kind of in an awkward spot here. None of the like attacks don't look good. I mean, obviously a Golden Aegis attack is fine, but it's not really accomplishing much. Blocks look awful.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, Cheeser Dude is certainly in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
The Concerted is helpful. I'm just wondering how Susur is going to be able to win from here, because right now, even on open attack, if there's a vulnerable at all, Susur is just dead.
Right.
Concerted could protect against it, but yeah, it's a really tough position. That Concerted is really the only thing that is gripping to life for Susur.
Right.
And wow, Sejuani just gonna
Yeah.
freeze the Golden Aegis.
Just goes
attack
for the
for fun.
Sure, why not? I mean, you paid for that attack token. You might as well use it. Okay, there's a potential. The Spirit's Refuge is definitely going to swing the math a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that that can be played alongside the Concerted might have saved the game for Susur.
Yeah.
It also, I think, depends on if Cheeser Dude has Battle Fury to be able to play in response, because maybe that adds enough damage. I'm really curious how this is going to pan out, because this is a potential for 12 lifesteal.
Yeah.
Right? Which is a pretty immense amount.
Yeah, if I'm Susur, if I can survive by just using the Spirit's Refuge, we can. So this is perfect, because now, now the Battle Fury would come out. Concerted Strike comes out, counters the Battle Fury. It counters the Battle Fury and kills the unit that the Battle Fury is on, so you're actually just getting so much value here. This is perfect for Susur, and this is the type of situation I was talking about before the game started, where, you know, if you just look at the cards and if it were robots playing, depending on how, like, the AI, like, it's not determinate.
Battle Fury.
Yeah, there's the Battle Fury. Although this, funny enough, no, I guess it doesn't. It doesn't.
Wow, this actually beats Concerted.
Really?
Does it fully beat it? Okay,
no.
You can survive. It beats Concerted on, like, you wouldn't be able to remove the target, and it would do like a lot of damage still. That's interesting.
That is very interesting. So you'd go up to, You'd go up to. I don't. That is very interesting to me. Either way, Susur is still alive. But the point I was making is, like, the sequencing of those spells means everything there, right? If Susur, like, went for the Concerted Strike early, they lose. If, you know, Cheeser Dude, I think played that properly, but potentially could have not, right? So, you know, even if there's a draw diff, the play pattern really makes a big difference in a matchup like this.
Absolutely. And now, I mean, the decisions get really tough, because it feels like you definitely can't go with a 9-drop, even though normally you would just want to slam the Bright Steel on turn 9. Shen is a pretty good blocker. He does have 5 toughness. I mean, so is the Bright Steel formation. And I guess this allows for you to attack in. It doesn't quite threaten lethal, though, so Cheeser Dude could just let it all hit into the face. Preservarium going to draw even more.
Yeah, and Susur, you could see, was hovering the pass button. And so they're not even really looking to attack here. You do have the additional Concerted Strike, which is quite nice.
So it's Concerted once again as the response.
Okay, looks like there was an exhaust played as well.
Double
So that's all
exhaust.
the exhausts played. And I wonder, is this still just game?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the overwhelms just get through. That's gonna do it.
No, you're still dead on the front there, bud.
Dead no matter what to the double exhaust open attack. Cheeser dude gonna pick up the victory with overwhelm, and Susur is gonna have to win a mirror of Shen J4, and then also find the victory on Frostbite midrange. But the mirror is going to be a difficult one. We'll have to see if Susur can actually turn this around, because Freljord Overwhelm finds the victory in game number 1. I think Susur, I don't know what he's looking for. You can't find any more cards for you to play in
fourth
that.
exhaust. DQ, get the DQ. Call a
You play
judge.
4 exhausts.
Put 4 exhausts in their deck.
So many exhausts.
That was a lot of exhausts, but that is going to be Cheeser Dude taking that game number 1. And we called it Casa as Susur being favored there, but Cheeser able to take that first game. And I mean, it was really just a matter of putting the pressure on and being able to keep it on. I mean, how many games in previous metas have we seen where River Shaper draws what, 4 or 5 cards and you still lose? It just didn't happen back then, and now this is not the meta that we're in.
Yeah, you'd have games where River Shaper just draws 2 cards and it's like, well, that's GG.
Yeah,
but
insurmountably ahead.
Definitely not, seeing 4 draws coming out and that ever being a loss. But that time around, Susur just not able to find the victory. Gonna swap it up. Goes over to the Frostbite midrange to play. Doesn't want to play the mirror straight away, but gonna have to play it at some point if they want to win this this matchup with Cheeser Dude. We do see once again Shen J4 going up against Frostbite mid-range. Decent curve for Susur. We'll see if he gets the Yugi draw on 3 and gets the Yeti.
It certainly should help, but if they don't have it, they still have a LeBlanc that they can play afterwards as well.
There's on 3.
Yep, open up with a Trapper. River Shaper coming through. Susur does not want to trade the 5/1 Glory Seeker for the River Shaper and is going to get punished for it.
Yeah, Sharp Sight ends up just giving a trade and a draw for Cheeser Dude, and you always feel good about that because it replaces itself. The Sharp Sight replaces itself with another spell when you use it on the River Shaper trade. Now it gets another strike in on top of that, so just so much value out the gates for Cheeser Dude's River Shaper. And I think Susur holding onto the Glory Seeker to try and deal with like Shen is a big example of something you'd want to try and kill with Glory Seeker, but the trying to play for that really hurting the early game.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, are you ever going to get that trade? Like, how much do you have to, how much are you going to have to wait to be able to do that? And your opponent's just able to sculpt their hand more and more. They're going to have more draw options than you, obviously. I don't necessarily like the line that Susur ended up taking. Now, it's easy for me to say that since it got, it blew up in their face. But even so, I mean, there was even the option to just open attack and take 5 face damage. I mean, that's not unreasonable, I don't think. They can really shape the way they want to play moving forward. But I opted for a different line and are now living with the choices.
They are. And now we've got Cheeser Dude trying to defend against this big onslaught from Susur, and can he use Golden Aegis? Is one of the ways to do so. Goes for the rally, but now Ash gets the attack in. Does get the freeze down. Maybe just using this barrier to try and stifle some of the attack, but not going to be doing a ton with it. Is going to be the challenge. Gonna have to go LB at the end so that she doesn't just die.
Yep.
Oh, she still dies.
Oh, right, because she's leveling up on her attack, but she's actually not doing any damage because of the barrier.
Yeah, so it will have to be a troll chant if they want to keep this LeBlanc alive, which it is just going to be the troll chant. Keep the LeBlanc alive. Yep, not getting the level up. Because like you said, the barrier stops the damage.
Right, there is a Yeti that did get buffed by the Omen Hawk, which is nice.
There's Jarvan.
There he is. For Demacia!
Goes on to the Ashe. Could play the second LeBlanc to just deal with the Jarvan as well, but it would lose to Sharp Sight.
Yes, it would. I don't know. Okay, Susur says that is fine. Don't need the Ashe. I've got a 6/6 Yeti.
Yeah, and I mean that just ends up trading with the Jarvan, and if there's a barrier, it gets pretty tough again. I mean, yes, you still always have the option to use this Sigil of Malice to get rid of it, but maybe it just wants to be an Ice Veil lead. Yeah, just an Ice Veil lead. You've got the challenge, and you have enough damage to just win outright. This is going to be 15, represented with the pull to the side.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine Dude has something to play, but if that entire hand is spells, then they would be losing at this point. It is not entirely spells.
Okay. 3/3, and I mean we do have 2 to go over the top, so maybe it does end up paying off to keep that Sigil of Malice. Let's see, 5, 11. It looks like we can level up LeBlanc 2 if we attack in the correct order.
Yeah, even just that first attacker, I believe, does it.
Oh, right, because this is not a new LeBlanc. Setting it up so they get the most amount of damage for the additional card, which they are going to get here, although they might not now for the same reason as before.
Okay, Spirit's Refuge. Dude just gonna drop down to 5. Still keeps their board alive though with the barriers. And a single combat.
That
is that good? It stops some lifesteal and it saves your Glory Seeker.
Is it better than killing the Jarvan here?
Well, it stops the healing. It stops 3 more healing. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that's.
Yeah, I would say no, and especially it only actually stops 2 healing. It does save your 5/1, which I guess can still trade for Jarvan, so I can see that, but yeah, I don't know about that one.
Okay, I mean we'll see. There's a Harsh Winds, potentially nice to try and get some good trades. But Susur is out of gas. Needs to hit Assessor.
Yep. And just taking the slow road. I mean, you have Dude has so many cards in hand still, and has at least a reasonable board against Susur, right? Like without even playing anything. And there's just going to be another attack coming through. Of course, we may end up seeing the harsh winds, but this is just... value, really. I mean, even if you just trade harsh winds for... I guess if this Jarvan attack comes through, then yeah, this is a smart attack. The harsh winds would actually be doing a very good job at getting Susur back in this game. But as it stands, I mean, Cheeser Dude still playing conservative. They're ahead. They know that this is their game to lose. They need to make sure that they don't do that.
That might have been the worst possible draw in Susur's deck.
Definitely not a good one. And I think, are we guaranteed drawing a 6/6 Yeti, I think, next turn?
Oh, was there another?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. Which is also not a great draw. I mean, it's fine, but it's just not good.
I mean, it chump blocks just like all the rest of these things do. Right. So, I mean, this is... we can now harsh winds to save a Yeti and an Omen Hawk.
And draw a card. Maybe you find your Assessor. Maybe that brings you back in, but Jarvan's leveling up.
Wow. Yeah, that is one that you don't see every day.
There he goes.
Great animation. Boom.
Oh, Demacia.
And now there's going to be a Cataclysm every turn.
There's Assessor. It's a big one. That's 3 draws.
3 draws. Yeah. Certainly a way to get back into it.
Those would have been fantastic with the harsh winds.
True. That is very true. Okay. LeBlanc can potentially come out here. The problem is that if you give an action, now every unit is going to have barrier. Because Cataclysm on Brightsteel, right?
Oh, yeah. That's true.
I wonder if crazy. Well, maybe Cheeser Dude's not going to go for that.
Just a Golden Aegis instead.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want that thing staying around with these barriers coming out.
Could be a deny.
And Nopify.
Sure. There's not a ton of nopifiable targets, so those likely just sit in the hand forever. Is this just... The question is this attack... We can block 3, 1, 2, 3. We would take 5, 8, 9. It's not even presenting lethal.
Yeah.
That's
It doesn't quite get there. It actually gets close. It does. It does get close, but it's just not enough.
Right.
There's no... Is there Farron in this version? There's no over the top, right?
Susur is not running Farron.
Yeah. I think it's mostly been cut, and I think that's correct, but I was curious if you had it.
I think, well, so if we put Cheeser to 1 and they don't block LeBlanc, well, that was the first block they made. There could be the 3rd LeBlanc drawn, which would be damage over the top. Now, I'm wondering if the first action should have just been the Cataclysm instead of the... Okay, that's...
Okay. Well, if it wasn't already over... If it wasn't already over, I think it sure is now, because that's just going to be a full heal, considering there's going to be another attack. Blanc levels up just in time to die.
let's not forget that also feeds the dragon. Yep. Going back up to 19. Gonna kill off the biggest unit on the board.
There's nothing big left on board to actually eat. Oh god, I forgot there's still a Cataclysm too. So you just actually heal for 27 this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Just looking at which emote even makes sense. That's just going to be open attack for lethal, and that's going to be 8.
Well, you know, there could be a freeze, Blevins. You gotta.
There could be second harsh winds.
Gotta do your due diligence. Play out your other dragon.
There could be double harsh winds, though this also still loses to the second harsh winds, or not loses, but prevents the win. But either way, that's gonna be Cheeser Dude taking it down 2-0.
Yeah, Cheeser Dude takes that one home and now just has one more matchup to go to try and get their own rematch against FilthyGamerWeeb, but gonna have to go through Zorig Dungu to do just that. And like you were saying, Zorig Dungu really wants a rematch against his little brother. Try and take that one home, try and take down this fight night. Not gonna let his little brother win 2 in a row, get too much of an ego around the house. You know, you don't want that. But Cheeser Dude gonna take the 2-0 over Susur. And Susur, the runner-up from last week, top 4s once again, but not quite able to make it all the way through.
Yeah, Cheeser Dude, I think, played really solid. I mean, you saw, a tale of 2 River Shapers where I think actually Susur may have even drawn more cards from River Shaper, but it was just the sequencing and how it lined up just ended up being better for Cheeser Dude, and they really drove that value train all the way to the bank.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we just keep seeing these River Shapers really pop off with the deck, and it kind of goes to show just how powerful this list still can be, even with the Fiora nerfs, replacing it with Jarvan and just being able to control the board in the mid game. And it looks good. Both players that brought it made it to the top 4, and then it was a mirror. Well, they didn't actually play the mirror, but a mirror of those decks being in the lineup that resulted in one of them leaving the tournament with Susur. So Cheeser Dude making top 3 now with Jarvan. Excited to see if it continues to succeed. If Cheeser Dude can take down Zorig Dungu, we're going to have a short break, but when we return, we'll find out the answer to that question. More Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We just have 2 more matchups to go. We are in the losers bracket final. Zorig Dungu versus Cheezer Dude. These two have not played against each other yet in this tournament. So we'll have to see how the lineups match up. That's going to be Zorig rocking the Scar Grounds alongside oh, what was the other list?
Thresh
I'm trying to
Nasus.
remember. Thresh
Yeah,
Nasus.
Thresh
Yeah, Thresh
Nasus, yep.
Nexus. And then he's going up against Cheezer Dude with the Shen Jarvan alongside the Freljord. Overwhelm. I don't know. Looking at these two matchups, Blev, who are you starting to favor? I know we kind of touched on this, but
Yeah,
thinking
I
about it
mean,
a
I
little bit
also
more.
I also made a call last time, and it was just magnificently wrong, so maybe I'll withhold judgment, but it overall, I do think that the Thresh Nasus, even when you factor in cards like Withering Wail, which aren't getting tons of value in these matchups, I think Withering Wail does at the very least, obviously gain you life, but also procs barriers, which can be good in help trades in the J4 matchup. It also can take out some units or cause some trade ups in Overwhelm. But overall, I think outside of that specific specific card, I mean, most of the deck is pretty standard, right? Black Spear, obviously a good card that can take out a lot of these mid range units, and then the units themselves really they speak for themselves at this point, right? I mean, the Thresh Nasus combo, pretty standard in these games. One thing I will say that is potentially a negative against that deck is that there are 2 denies on the side of Cheezer Dude in the Shen J4 matchup, which if the game gets to a point where you're relying on Atrocity to win, the deck has some inherent interaction against it, which can be a difference. And then, I mean, I'm still not sold on Braum Vladimir against most decks, so I may be leaning a bit towards Cheezer Dude, but I don't know. I was horribly wrong last time.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely hard to say, right? Because Scargrounds is one that we see so rarely. I'm curious how it'll do in these mid-range matchups. Because it feels like it was brought to deal with a Zerelia, but it does have good answers to mid-range matchups in general, just with the Scargrounds itself and having these units that can actually play for the board. So it is interesting to see if that will work out or if it will be Thrash Nexus with the tech to beat aggro that will actually be the bearer of bad news for Zorig Dungu and ends up falling down. But the lineup from Cheezer Dude is at least somewhat similar to Susur's, and that was taken down by Zorig Dungu earlier. So at least there is some precedent in that Zorig has the ability to deal with these kind of mid-range lineups.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in terms of the tech choices, certainly not made specifically for this lineup, but like we talked about a couple of rounds ago, like the decks can still win, right? It's not like it's such a polarizing matchup that and that it's cut so much from its overall game plan just to tech against the Zerelia that the deck can't function against other decks. It certainly is mostly the same. It's just, I think we're more likely to see some of these hands where you've got 1 or 2 Withering Wail, 5-mana spell just clogging up your hand and not really getting a ton of value. And like if you're forced to play it because you don't have anything else, you're not feeling great because it's certainly not going to give you, it's unlikely to give you 5 mana worth of a card when you do play it, but you still have to pay 5 mana anyway, which can certainly put them on the back foot. And, when that Thresh Nasus deck gets put on the back foot, it's hard for it to come back.
Absolutely, yeah. It can be very tough, especially if it doesn't have a lot of its refill capabilities in hand. Like this is the version of Thresh Nasus that no longer runs Spirit Leech, right? That's been cut out of
Right.
this deck a lot, and that was a way that you were kind of always refilling the hand, always having junk to play, is because you had Spirit Leech and Glimpse, and now it's down to just Glimpse, right? So you can run out of steam pretty easily if you just draw a bunch of 1-drops and you don't hit any glimpses. You can completely run out of cards, and that kind of situation against a deck like maybe Shen J4 that maybe gets a River Shaper down that's drawing some extra cards, it becomes pretty much impossible to win in the event that you just completely run out of steam.
Yeah, absolutely. But we won't be seeing that matchup first. We're going to be seeing the Braum Vlad Scargrounds versus the Shen J4. And hey, there's a Scargrounds on 3, Casa.
Yeah, Scar Grounds on 3 is going to be very helpful in this kind of mid-range matchup. As the Disciple for turn 2 to at least have some kind of development. And Culling Strike actually should be able to find value. It can hit Shen. It can hit, you know, the River Shaper if needed. There are some good places for this Culling to actually land.
Yeah, absolutely. Culling definitely, I think, serves quite well in this deck. Now, of course, it can get countered by a Sharp Sight a lot of the time, but that's fine. If you can set it up where it's just a straight up Culling Strike for Sharp Sight trade, even though it's a mana deficiency play, I think you're still fine. Because Sharp Sight just, I mean, that card just packs way more punch than 2 mana a lot of the time. Even though it's only
it really
costing
does.
2.
It really does punch above its weight.
Yep.
Certainly. As we make it to turn 3, Cheezer, this is still, again, normal for these Demacia Ione decks to have no plays until 3. It's just going to be a River Shaper responded to by a Scargrounds, and because the Scargrounds is played, I think Cheezer Dude can actually attack. You are threatening that you could just have a Sharp Sight to make this trade go in your favor. And I don't know that Zorig wants to play into that.
I don't. Well, I'm trying to see. Does let's see. Does Zorig have? Zorig does not have Iron Paw. I think you have to make that attack if you're Cheezer Dude, regardless of if you have a spell. Like, you are representing Sharp Sight, and Zorig doesn't have anything, and they can't actually have anything, right? There's no 1-mana spell that they could have to stop Sharp Sight. So that right there is the type of attack I think high-level players need to start making more, because they're actually, even though whether Cheezer Dude has something or not is irrelevant, because Zorig knows that they could have Sharp Sight, and that's 2 damage and a card that's you know, being lost there from Cheezer Dude. Now, Zorig could be a complete madman and block there, but the problem
block, yeah.
But the problem is that in this scenario, it might work out. They had Culling Strike too. So then I have no idea why that attack didn't happen.
I wonder if this is like not wanting to commit the Sharp Sight. Normally you're okay with trading the Sharp Sight for a kill and you get a card.
Yeah.
But maybe because specifically Shen was in hand and it was the only answer to a Culling Strike, like maybe that's exactly what the play was.
I guess maybe.
Because there's no other cards in your deck that can answer Culling with your Shen, and you know there's 2 copies. So maybe that's like the scare card for Cheezer in this matchup. I haven't played a ton of the Shen J4. Maybe this is a normal play pattern, but it felt a little bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just that they know Zorig is willing to trade the Crimson Disciple for the Sharp Sight. I don't know. I'm dubious of that non-attack there, but it ends up paying off for Cheezer Dude. And now we're at a little bit of a board stall. Yeah, Cheezer not able to attack through that Tarkaz. And now we've got Vrina and Tarkaz, the combo with the Scargrounds as well. I mean, this is all going according to plan for Zorig here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very powerful combo for this attack to set up. Can even just go through with Vrina, and Tarkaz can leave back the Disciple if you want. The barriers make things annoying, but I think, you know, end of the day, it's Tarkaz who can just remove the barrier anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. The barrier does nothing. It stops one.
It stops 1 damage. Yeah, it stops 1 damage. That is it.
Yeah, and that block. Wow, that's a lot of damage. A lot of damage coming through. Not even able to threaten the Vrina. Cheezer Dude just going through all the iterations of blocks here, probably using the Oracle Eye, seeing how this turns out. I mean, this is the type of thing that you got to do when you're in a situation like this, and there's a lot of different iterations of what can happen, and it's not easily clear how damage is going to be distributed with, you know, the Tarkaz plus the Scar Grounds plus Overwhelm and Vrina. It's all, you know, you got to look through and see what's actually happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's even this Death Lotus for Zorig, which is actually has potential to be relevant with the double disciple in hand.
Yeah.
The Vladimir potentially can come down on top of that and just create so much extra face damage on top of these the Verena having overwhelm. So Vlad plus disciple setting up an attack for turn 8. That is just going to be game if Cheezer Dude cannot find a great answer to this board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is exactly how you need to start with the Braum Vlad deck. You need to have that early aggression and really keep it up. I mean, it's like Thresh Nasus in that way, where you don't have a lot of ways to really get back in the game if you lose the tempo, unless your opponent walks into like a gigantic Death Lotus or something. But here, we're now starting to see why the barriers were applied in the first place. And we're going to be able to get a free attack here with the barrier. Now, this could be countered by the Death Lotus, Casa.
Yeah, but it's also like, if this is it, if this is all Cheezer Dude is doing, I'm slamming okay. Like, what? This is fine.
Well, I think if they go for Pulvrina, you block with Tarkaz and then just kill both units.
Yeah, you
right?
could kill both in that sense, right? Looks like the Shen still wants to be removed.
Yeah. Yep. Makes sense.
Getting extra damage in as well.
Yep. This will put Tarkaz in range of being eaten by the dragon, but it's kind of an unavoidable consequence. And also Vlad does the job too. In terms of pumping up Rina and getting some additional damage there.
Yep, there's no well, I wonder if you just heal. Yeah, you just heal Tarkaz.
Heal Tarkaz.
You could heal Verna instead, because there is the Vlad that is coming down that can do Tarkaz's job if he trades away, but Verna is currently safe to anything other than buffs, and Vlad might be able to just push through regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have Vlad and Crimson Disciple and the Rat. It's all looking pretty good. I mean, honestly, this Tavern Keeper dying is almost completely irrelevant.
Absolutely. I mean, it's even fine for Zorig to just pass. Tarkaz is going to do a ton. You can just lead with Vlad on the next turn. Goes for Curator.
It's possible. I mean, again, these 3/3s are not super relevant. If anything, it's just like chunking a little bit of extra health out of a potential overwhelm blocker. Zorig doing a great job of highlighting all the cards that are going to kill opponents for us.
So all of them, they're all just going
Vlad
to kill.
And the Crimson Rat Bear.
The Crimson Rat, yep. Bloodletter.
Crimson Rat Cat.
The Bloodletter, but Rat Cat works. We can use Rat Cat.
It looks like a rat, but if you hear its sound, it definitely meows like a cat. Although maybe a giant rat would make that noise. I don't know. I don't really want to think about that because it's mildly terrifying. Anyways, Vlad gonna come down here. Vlad already leveled up, and even if there's like a concerted strike, there can only be one. And which of these threats are you killing? Which one's the right one? It's probably Vrina, right? But
yeah, I mean, it has to be Vrina. It has to be Vrina, but then Vlad's still creating a lot of value.
Yeah. And if it's Vlad, then, I mean, Vrina is massive. And, you know, when a 9/7 tough Tarkaz is the third best thing on the board.
Yeah, I think this might still be winnable from Cheezer Dude's side with the right combination of... I think it's got to be Concerted plus maybe Spirits Refuge.
Yeah.
And that might just be enough that, like, you clear Vrina, you trade with Vlad, and then you have maybe like a Bright Steel formation on the next turn or something, and you've healed up enough that you're okay. But I think Laurent Protege is not a good start, I would have to say.
Yeah. Well, you know, he got to ask the who does not know the name Florent, but that's about it. I mean, before blocks even happen, there's going to be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage just dealt.
52 damage. That's kind of a lot, Blev. That's like a little bit. That's a little bit of damage.
It's a little bit. Yeah. That's yeah.
Like, hey, catch.
It's got to be concerted, right? Obviously.
Has to be. Has to be.
No. It's the only thing that's going to keep him alive for sure.
It keeps him alive at like 2, right? If you kill Vrina, I think you're alive at 2.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
So I mean, it's got to be concerted, right? Like, there's nothing else that you're holding out hope for. I mean,
you're holding out for, and there's only one target, and there's no interactable mana. So I don't. I mean, maybe this is just thinking their next plays out. Okay, can swap these blocks around. That's fine.
Oh, because you could get the Fury on that dragon, so that it doesn't die to. Oh no, it'll still die because of the Scargrass. Never mind. Right. It's always dead. This doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and
it doesn't actually. Yeah. It just means that you get to remove the Tavern Keeper, and Tarkaz takes no damage, which he wasn't going to die anyway, so.
Right. But that all being said, Vlad down, Vrina down, Tavern Keeper down. We still have a 1 health Crimson Disciple, which is nice. We still have a 12/7 Tarkaz and a Scargrounds in play, and you can be generating even more units with Crimson Curator.
Another Vlad. All right. Well.
Okay.
If Vlad ever gets to swing, the game is over.
Yes.
Which means the game's over. There's only 3 cards in Cheezer Dude's hand. I don't think that
needs to
gonna do enough. And then there's no Jarvan. You just see him check that because there's an attack here. 6 mana available. Jarvan would have come down.
True. Oh, hasn't come in yet. And even if it is Jarvan, it's not killing the Tarkaz. It is Jarvan. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. So that happens. We see another Vlad, and open attack is going to threaten Vlad damage lethal. That's going to be Cheezer Dude. Given the Shen, maybe sees one more draw.
Ice Shard.
What a nice Ice Shard on top. That's going to be it. Zorig, 1 game away from making it back to, well, not making it back to the grand finals, making their first grand finals, but making it back into a rematch versus his brother, FilthyGamerWeeb.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, takes the first game, Scargrounds. That was the one you were a little worried about, Blev, and it is able to pick up the win in game 1. It looked dominant because it's like, 20 HP to 0, whatever, but there was a couple moments where it did get close, right? I think if there was, exactly the concerted plus the heal coming out of a Spirit's Refuge that might have been able to do a lot more in that spot. And then if there was a better follow-up, it would have been great. But the fact that Zorig was able to even top deck a Vladimir outside of that just made it completely impossible for Cheezer Dude to come back. And it looked like a bit more of a stomp. But here we go. Gonna be Thrash Nexus, a Glimpse Beyond in the opening hand. I think that's gonna be fantastic. So this deck does not run out of steam. And it is good to counteract a combat trick being played by Cheezer Dude, so that you can just accept the loss of the unit, but you get to at least draw cards.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm actually, even if you're eating one of the Nopifies, I mean, you still have Vile Feast, which can be high value. and even a black spear as well. But there aren't a ton of nopifiable targets, and Glimpse is probably the juiciest one. So, I mean, it's going to be, you know, Zorig going to be trying to, you know, play in a way that they can get a safe Glimpse, I think.
There's dating icon just going to go in because you would definitely accept this trade. It might be a sharp sight if this is being played how it goes with Cheeser Dude trying to block, but instead it's just going to be 3 damage in.
Yep.
Zorig has a lot of fodder, but not a lot of things to actually eat the fodder. Just has the wings and the wave is the only real option at this point.
You got the glimpse too, but again, I think, you know, Zorig definitely going to want to try to avoid throwing that into a Nopify if possible, or at least being able to punish a Nopify, you know, if that mana is committed. Okay, Bright Steel. All right, you get a free 3, though. And you kind of have to play that just so that you have the blocker for open attack. But boy, I think you'd rather be playing that on defense.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so could open attack, but could also go Dunekeeper plus Ravenous Butcher. Actually, you would run into board space issues. You'd have to go Butcher first and then go Dunekeeper. But just going to go for the open attack. Keep up enough mana for the Vile Feast. You could have always done that. You can always keep up enough for the Vile Feast here, but you can take the trade, deal 6 damage to face, get an extra slay down. Gonna go for the Dunekeeper plus the Butcher anyways, after the fact.
I'm pretty sure you can play Butcher on a full board and it will only eat the thing that you want it to. Like it will. Oh. Yeah, yeah. It didn't used to be like that, but they changed it.
Okay.
They did change it, so yeah, it works the way that you want it to. As the
that's good. I mean, that's nice.
Yeah.
I must be thinking way back.
It was not a short amount of time ago that they changed.
I got Dawn spiders in my brain.
Right. That back then it definitely did not work the way you wanted it to.
But yeah, you couldn't even override units. Just couldn't play it.
To give you an idea of when they changed it, I'm pretty sure Mogwai was in the tournament we were casting when they changed it.
Yeah. So. That is a while back, isn't it? Sure is.
Bilgewater was merely a speculation at that point. Okay, single combat. That is not what you want to see if you are Zorig here. So I guess it's slightly better that it's that than if it was Nopify. Now we're kind of have a, you know, kind of a derpy board here. You know, technically there's 6 units out, but really there's only 4, and none of them really do much into this board of Cheeser Dude. We have the Atrocity, but there's so many ways to counter it, and also it's not even threatening right now. This is... yeah, the look on Zorig's face is just like accepting of the fate of there's not really much they can do right now. Kind of just have to hope that they draw something big in this next turn.
Yeah, and it's like even a Thresh feels kind of bad because this dragon would just eat it up, right? It's like you need it to be Nasus, but I don't even know if there's been enough slays that the Nasus is enough. You really want like a Nasus that is going to kill with Atrocity.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna throw away a prey here.
Looking at the surrender button.
Yeah,
it's looking really juicy.
At this point, you might as well. I mean, you've already invested so much time into this turn. You might as well give it one more draw. This is a rally. I think that might be a top right. Just gonna pass. First keeper, I don't imagine is gonna do it here.
No, I mean, you at best get a 4-3. Very cool. Black Spear.
Spear.
Maybe gives you another Slay so that if you do top deck this Nasus, maybe it's big enough. It just feels like there just can't have been enough Slays.
Yeah, and unless Nasus is, let's see, 6 + 9 is 15. Unless Nasus is a 16, I don't think. I mean, it'll die to concerted strike, which I mean,
there's only one concerted, right? There's only one concerted, so
okay.
And single combat won't do it, but like single combat plus Spirit's Refuge or something could.
Yeah. Zorg going through the motions here. Going to attempt to survive, put forth, and they have a full board of blockers. I mean, at the end of the day, Casa, it's gonna come down to what it was always going to, right? It's ripping a Nasus and hoping it's big enough that its power is bigger than opponent's life, and hoping they don't have an answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, this attack is pretty huge. The Fearsome makes it really tough to find the blocks.
Yep.
Just gonna have to go for the Black Spear to make sure you survive.
Yep.
And then hope that there's not a rally.
Hopefully there's not a rally. Hopefully there's not a Spirit's Refuge. Hopefully there's not a deny. Hopefully there's not a concerted strike. Hopefully there's not, hope that there is a Nasus. Hope that, but Nasus off the top at least makes this interesting.
It does. It does make it interesting. It also, it'll depend on the Slays.
Yeah.
That's looking like an Aegis, though.
It certainly feels like it.
There it is. That's just gonna be the game.
Just the snap shen emote. Yeah, that's gonna be it. It's 1-1, Gassa. One more. See who gets into our grand finals. And arguably, Casa, we say this every week, but this game is arguably the most important one in the entire tournament, because it not only gets you the grand finals, but it gets you that invite back to the next fight night. Whew. It's close, Casa.
It really is. It really is. It's going to come down to, can Thrash Nexus actually find a win over this other more mid-rangey deck? This was, overwhelmed. There's not a lot of beefy blockers on Thresh Nasus. Might have some trouble, but they can potentially go underneath. Cursed Keeper, no activator, but there is the Kai Reaper for turn 1.
True, but how long does it ever take a Thresh Nasus deck to find an activator for Cursed Keeper?
Not long. Not long at all. It's normally quite quick that you're able to find one.
Yep. There's just so many. And there it is. I do like the Dune Keeper to start off. It gives you the potential to just really get off to the races. You're less than thrilled to trade your 2/1 into an Omen Hawk, but it does count as a slay, and it does get you 2 damage through. So, you're maybe not the most thrilled, but you are fine with it happening. Here, we're gonna just give Curse Keeper vulnerable and hope that Cheeser Dude allows your Curse Keeper to block. Of course, that's not what is going to happen.
Yep, but now you get to go Bakai into the Wind in the Wit, or the Wings in the Wit, and you can actually get just Last Wind down on to that Cursed Keeper, and you've got a pretty scary board coming forth. Now, granted, the Rockhopper is a great blocker against this board. It is going to get a lot of value, but overall, this is a lot that has been generated, and a Nasus already in hand, but Zorig already running low on Steam, so we'll see how these trades pan out.
Yeah.
As obviously, this is going to be a lead for Zorig on the board, but it can disappear rather quickly if they don't find more solid plays over the next few turns.
Yeah, well, the good news is a lot of nice chip damage coming through, and the incidental slays are good. And Nasus plus Bonk with second Nasus going to be very nice in this matchup. We're a pass from Cheeser Dude That's gotta feel great for Zorig here.
Yeah.
Because you know they can get. I mean, Ruin Runner is whatever, but this open attack is
Yeah, just deal
9 damage. Yeah, I mean this open attack plus atrocity is just lethal.
Yeah, if Cheeser Dude completely taps out, you can just play Atrocity at some point on any of this and find the win. I believe Cheeser Dude does not have any healing. Yep, no healing in this deck. Troll Chant or Exhaust can stop this, so they'd have to be completely tapped out for you to just rip the Atrocity. But
well, Exhaust is focus, so you can't. They can't.
Oh, can't play in response. You're right, absolutely right. It would just have to be Troll Chant.
Yep. Which it feels like it's certainly in their range to have a Troll Chant, but I mean this also effectively is keeping Cheeser Dude off of Battle Fury, right? Like Cheeser Dude can't cast Battle Fury.
That's true. Yeah, Cheeser Dude cannot do that on this turn.
Yeah. I mean, this is just Zorig just gets to press OK, play Nasus, and like we win next turn, like either on the attack or either on the open attack or with the atrocity. I mean, this is just
yeah. I mean, this is pretty much done. I just can't imagine that there's a way back in for Cheeser Dude.
They have effectively
you can't go wide enough. There's no way you're going wide enough to stop this board from attacking you.
Especially not with the Nasus. There's Sejuani. I mean, still technically not dead, but again, Zorig just can press OK here. Go to 7.
Yeah, you just hit OK. You play the Nasus. You're still wide.
Okay.
Exhaust helps because now the board is a lot less wide.
Right. This is about as good as Cheeser could have asked for, honestly. We still do have a it's only a 6/6 Nasus though. Yeah, and the bonk is actually not that good, so maybe we spoke too soon, Casa.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
open
see.
Attack is threatening lethal.
Open attack, yeah, still threatens lethal, and there is an atrocity on the back of it.
I mean, if there's there's an atrocity on the back of it, and also the second Nasus doesn't need to be the bonk. If somehow if Troll Chants come through, we play second Nasus and atrocity next turn.
yeah, you just hope that there's not 3 Troll Chants in this hand.
Yeah, but honestly, if there is, okay, so this might, it might be over.
Yeah, I mean, that starts to find a way that you can actually win. If it is some kind of hand that is on multi-Troll Chant, it does become winnable for Cheeser Dude. Zorig has to decide, do I want to Atrocity now? Do I just want to play my next Nasus, look to Atrocity next turn? It's considering just the Atrocity now.
Yep. Yeah, just fires it off. I'm trying to think if there's... If they have the Troll Chant now, they're going to have it next turn, and it's still going to be just as... Well, they need 2 Troll Chants. Cheeser just says, okay. Sejuani's Fury of the North doesn't do anything. Yeah, I like the call from Zorig. If they have 2 Troll Chants, it's over anyway.
Just rips it.
And you're just giving your opponent an additional chance to do it. But that is Zorig taking it 2-1. And Casa, our script writers this week have really been working overtime as we get the second brothers battle coming in the grand finals.
They really outdid themselves, didn't they?
Filthy Gamer on the nose, but we'll take it.
Calls out Zorig Dungu, his brother, who shows up on the opposite side of the bracket.
Yep.
And then they face off in the winners final before Zorig wins the losers bracket final as well and advances to face him once more. So the brothers will battle it out for the grand finals, and they'll both be invited back to the next fight night.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, our script writers for fight night, definitely, again, a little on the nose, but, we'll take it. It's hype. It's hype.
Yeah, absolutely. So excited to see if Zorig can bring it back, because we've mentioned before, the matchup does feel like it is good for Zorig going into FilthyGamerWeeb. So even though he lost the first time, I think it's totally possible for him to bring back a 4-0 against one of these decks and actually take the title. So We will have to see. We're going to go to a short break, but when we return, the grand finals of Fight Night Legends, you're right here. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends Americas. I am Blevins, and with me, filling in for Casa is me. Hello, John. Hello, John. Hello, John. Hello, John. What? Stop copying me. No, you stop copying me. No, I'm an idiot. No, you're an idiot. Oh, God. Okay, this is awkward. Casa's not here right now, but we're going to continue on. He will be back in just a second, and my beautiful co-caster will be assisting us here as we go into the matches. And we've got the Brothers War rematch, Zorig versus FilthyGamerWeeb in the grand finals. And of course, we very well may have that bracket reset, but let's actually take a look at the format. In case you are just here for the first time, of course, we're running a double elim bracket with 8 invited players. Every single match has been a best of 3. Players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. So again, slightly different than Riot Lock. If that's what you're used to, it's just bring 2 and you got to win with both decks in order to win. And now since we've gotten to our grand finals, that little black box at the bottom becomes excessively relevant because if the grand finalists from the lower bracket wins, in this case, Zorig, a bracket reset will occur and the finals will play another best of 3. So if FilthyGamerWeeb wins any best of 3, that's it. It's over and we'll have a back-to-back champion. But let's take a look at the bracket so far and what we have watched and witnessed. FilthyGamerWeeb with the full ascension up through to the grand finals, losing only 1 game to their brother, their only rival so far in the event, Zorig, and Zorig, of course, only losing to FilthyGamerWeeb. This is what we've been. This is all been culminating up to, is this grand finals, brother v brother, top 32 seasonal player versus top 32 seasonal player. This is about as hype as we've been. And oh, we got Cass back.
Yes. Hey, what's up? I just grew a beard for a second. Sorry about that. But here we are. We're gonna be jumping right back into game, as it's gonna be the brothers facing off against each other. FilthyGamerWeeb going up against Zorig, and it's going to be Zerorelia lead it off once again, and we'll see if FilthyGamerWeeb can find the win once again, because this is the target deck.
Yep, I mean, I like this. Strategy from FilthyGamerWeeb. You know that you need to get the win with this deck. TF is, they've played about 13 million matches with it. And they know that this is the target. So try to get your win when you can with this deck and then take it home with TF.
Absolutely. But this is a pretty fast start for Zorig. Going to be able to get a lot of aggression out. Exactly what you want to see with Thrash Nexus to try and get all that damage in. Try and pick up the win quickly. FilthyGamerWeeb has the Dune Keeper. Give a nice block with the Ephemeral.
Yep.
And slows down that attack token.
Yeah, Dune Keeper, just such a busted card, right? Like, it's so aggressive and also just plays defense super well. I mean, it's so good. Zorig even considering just using a glimpse to start this off, and I wonder, we're just gonna see a Nopify fired off.
Yeah, just gonna be a glimpse. I'd imagine you'd want to Nopify this, try and stop a little bit of the bleeding, but decides to let it go through. Maybe worried about a Black Spear down the line, or a box, I think is... Well, no, box can't be Nopified. That's 4 mana, so it would have to be the Black Spear. Yep. This box is not something you can actually stop.
Yeah, I mean, Black Spear, Vile Feast, and Glimpse are the actual only cards that can be stopped with Nopify. I imagine it's just got to be the Black Spear that is the main concern.
Yeah, I guess Vile Feast for like a Green Glade duo can be kind of scary.
That's true too. I mean, the Nopify is going to look pretty good here as well. Essentially, it'll essentially be killing a 4/3 I'm not 100% sure if this is, where you want to use it though. There was enough emphasis put on the 4-3 to commit that Shapestone. So I guess, your pot committed. That looked like Zorig, lip reading. It looked like they said that's fine. So now obviously still has a lot of cards in hand, has a very scary board. Next few turns lined up. I mean, the Thresh, does double duty, and it's going to be getting these procs. It's going to be pulling units, and it's also turned on the second Thresh and turned it into a Thresh as the box.
Yeah, and the box, I mean, we saw how devastating that could be last time around. Once again, potentially going to have the power of that Thresh popping off in this game. And there is just a natural box as well, which is going to be incredibly helpful for Zorig, dealing with this Aurelia, trying to get all those blades out, as we do have FilthyGamerWeeb going to go for Aurelia.
Yeah.
Does have a lead and follow, so potential recall. Actually ends up just going for the Ribbon Dancer, though.
I like the Ribbon Dancer first because of specifically the box. There's a Thresh out, but if Thresh comes out first, that's the whole turn, right? There's nothing else that they can play at 1 mana. And they can obviously play like Ravenous Butcher, or they can play more units, but there's no spell that they can play that you really care about for 1 mana. So if Zorig is committed to just playing the Thresh out again, FilthyGamerWeeb's perfectly fine with that. And this is almost like a burst pass is an understatement, right? Because it's also pushing 9 damage. But I mean, now shields are down, Aurelia comes down, the Blade Dance comes, and I mean Zorg's just dead, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
Especially if Aurelia is leveled. I mean, although the Dune Keeper will do work, but I mean, you even have the Homecoming, and the beauty is that now your Aurelia is not boxable. This is the one turn you get to box the Aurelia. Boxes.
Yeah, but she's gonna level too.
Yeah, I mean this is that Zorig has done such a good job of just like perfectly encapsulating.
Yeah, we don't even need to cast.
Feels.
Yeah, we don't even need to cast when Zorig's on cam.
Yeah,
he just does it for us.
Yeah. If you
just
want to
look
know
at his
how
expressions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like none of these blocks look good. Also, don't forget there's the regular attack still to come. Down to 4. I mean, a full board. Aurelia is guaranteed to get through. This is just game. All right, FilthyGamerWeeb able to get the dub with Azir Aurelia again in game number 1. And now Zorig would have to do something that I don't think we've seen on stream, which is beat TF Fizz twice in the hands of FilthyGamerWeeb.
Yeah, I think that's actually just for sure. We have not seen someone beat TF Fizz twice. We have seen, I guess, a couple of times we've seen it lose now. Not commonly, but we definitely haven't seen someone take down FilthyGamerWeeb by taking out their TF Fizz twice.
Yep.
And Zorig would have to pull off a miracle to take this down. But we did mention at the start, the lineup has the potential to beat this deck. It just is going to be a tough battle going up against FilthyGamerWeeb.
Yeah, I mean, all matchup tables are off when in the hands of FilthyGamerWeeb, who has just shown such a mastery of the deck. And to the point where there's likely literally no one else that has played the deck as much as him. So any sort of data you have on the matchup spread is almost irrelevant, because it's to the point where it is specifically him being able to pilot it to a level we just have not seen.
Absolutely. And just to kick things off, gonna get the Poro Cannon to try and develop some blockers to buy some time, get some chip damage for himself as well. Double Twisted Fate in hand with double Rummage. There's potential that we'll see another leveled TF. in a single day.
Yeah, that would be. Well, Zorig probably would not be super happy about it, but I would imagine FilthyGamerWeeb getting back-to-back dubs would be pretty all right with the level TF here.
Yeah, but this board is pretty terrifying that FilthyGamerWeeb is facing down. Has a Get Excited that could be used with the Daring Poro. Try and get rid of something. Yeah, get rid of the Merciless Hunter. It's going to be solid, but this is still a Poro that is vulnerable. So it can be pulled by either of these other units to allow more damage to go through and get the value trade. And FilthyGamerWeeb is going to be going into Twisted Fate's turn. And actually, we'll be able to just play that out. Wow. Playing around potentially a red card by going for the removal with the Fading Icon. That's going to be huge because, you know, this could have been a red card turn to deal with 2 of those units on board. Instead, it's going to be blue card. And there is a lot of draw available for FilthyGamerWeeb. So that is something we have to watch out for. But this Merciless Hunter going to apply vulnerable to the TF. Making this draw a little bit less enticing.
Yeah, but 1 of 9. Pick a card is going to put that up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need to find 1 draw. We need to find 1 draw with 2 rummages. And technically, Zap, not fast enough. So the question is GamerWeeb snapping it off. I was like, you've got so many draws to, well, I guess, what are you actually looking for? Obviously, stress testing, but you can only get that in the first one because
Get Excited
in the second one. Get Excited.
Double Mystic. This works.
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, and again, the face on Zorig just says it all.
Yeah, that TF is leveling.
Yeah. It sure is. And Zap is already leveled. What?
Yeah, Fizz already leveled from all the spells being played. Zap in hand to help the TF get there because it's going to be 7. Rummage gets there at burst, but you could just go Zap first or just Rummage it both away, get the level up, and make your next 2 cards the ones that matter. You see, are you kidding me is what I saw come out of Zorig's mouth there because he's got another one. Hey, just good TF Fizz players, man. They just really draw the goods.
Yep.
And to suit up for the Fizz.
Yep. But the good news for Zorig is that there's actually not a lot. There's not a lot of resources on the side of FilthyGamerWeeb here. I was gonna say I don't know how I feel about that.
That would be committing to using the Get Excited on the Thresh that attack.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now we have an option. Do we want to TF's pick a card here, or do we want to maybe Ooh, I would very much like to Get Excited this, but
I think you do. There's 1 card in hand. If you Get Excited, you also red card this board, which does mean that you get rid of the Dune Keeper, but you do pop the Cursed Keeper. However, the red card also makes it so the Bakai will die to the next red card.
Yeah, he only...
Yeah, it feels like you have to snap that off.
I think so too. The only issue, of course, is that now, well, Thresh is very close to leveling up now, but I mean, FilthyGamerWeeb effectively has nothing in hand right now. So
correct.
And granted, they're going to be drawing for their turn, obviously, and they'll be blue carding. So, and they're going to be in a better spot hand-wise than their opponent, which I guess is a positive. But Red of Negation could be very relevant here.
Burble gives another card.
Yeah, Burble gives another card. I think this is.
It's a TF.
It's a Twisted Fate, so that's fine. We play Twisted Fate. We play the new Twisted Fate, and then Burble. And we've got more cards.
Yep.
But that
You
is a
play TF.
threshold up.
You play Burble. You get a blue card. You draw another card. You create another card. You can kill Thresh and the Bakai with the red card and the
Ooh.
gold card.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, this is I'm waiting to see what the face
Yeah,
is
there it
after
is. Yeah.
that one.
Come on.
Yeah.
And it's a rummage. And it's a rummage.
Who is this? Majin Bay in the second seasonal?
Only the best card you can get from the Burble.
Yeah, basically.
It's a stress testing.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah, oh.
Wow. Right. Okay, red negation stops the red card, which is actually quite huge. At least for this turn. We are still going to be setting up the the red card to still kill the entire board next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, Twisted Fate's Twisted Fate, right?
There's an Ashes draw.
Okay, there's a...
But it is a TF on board, so gold card permanently.
Well,
as long as you have cards. If you have cards.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, okay. I was like, why does the Thresh not have damage? Because the gold card hit the Bakai. I mean, this is scary because Thresh is not dying now, which means that there's a second Nasus coming through.
Right, that's true.
So actually, I think Zorig might still be in an all right spot here.
Zorig might have it. There needs to be more draw. There's like, do you play the stress testing to get the fizz in so that you get another card to play?
Right. I mean, I think so. Did we red card already? So this would be gold card.
Yeah, so that doesn't even kill the Nasus.
Well, it doesn't kill the Nasus, but I kind of like just attacking into the Thresh. Like you gold card here, it puts damage on the Nasus. You attack for 7. I mean,
yeah, the Chum the Waters is also a blocker that can block Nasus.
Interesting. Doesn't go for anything.
That suit up is actually big.
Yeah.
It lets the ballistic bot block Nasus.
Yep. Oh, the facial expressions on Zorig are priceless, but this is gonna be Twisted Fate going down. Zap going down, Ballistic Bot going down, and there is nothing on the side of GamerWeeb.
Yeah.
And there's 20 power worth of Nasus on Zorig's side.
Nothing at all.
I wonder what the thought process behind not using the stress testing there was. Yeah, and
Double iterate is unplayable. Okay. Zorig finds his way through double leveled TF, finds the victory. And now Scargrounds. Scargrounds is the last thing remaining. Have to find the win to get the bracket reset. If FilthyGamerWeeb can take this down with Twisted Fate Fizz, it ends right here, right now. And he has been so solid on this deck list for so long.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like regardless of meta, there is just a huge power difference between these two decks just in general. I feel like TF Fizz is just such a stronger deck in general than this than the Vlad Braum, but also we do have Scargrounds on 3, which is nice. We also do have a Vlad, and there's the early game. The Crimson Disciple seems like it is almost the most important part of the deck in terms of being able to stabilize early.
Absolutely, yeah. The Scargrounds on 3 going to be really nice. See a Poro Cannon come down just on the Ignition to get these Poros down. Start getting some value, but do have a swing in from the Crimson Disciple. Can go for the suit up. I love watching Zorig.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, that is a yeah, suit up to block and also keep attacks. Oh, good old casual 8 damage coming through. Tavern Keeper, of course, going to be I mean, is going to gain some life, but I mean, what does Tavern Keeper do?
Yeah, heals a bit, gives you another 4-2 tough.
That is true.
But we see on the left side there is a mind meld, and more spells being cast.
Yep. Another poro cannon. I mean, mind meld is just gonna win next turn, isn't it, guys?
It might. It really might. More poros available.
I mean, more poros, and we're gonna have a free. We'll have a free burble fish soon too. Actually, just play the burble fish for 1 if you want.
Yeah, you could play burble for 1, iterative it, and play the second one for free.
2, 4, 5. So we'll have 6. Yeah, and you have exactly enough. You have exactly enough to have 7 mana for mind meld next turn too. I'm surprised that the poro is blocking and not the
Ballistic bot?
bot. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting, because it feels like a meld next turn, right? It should just be as wide a board as you can, and then just meld.
Right.
Just end the game. I wonder if there's much Scargrounds can do in response to a meld. I mean, there is Culling Strike, and there's 3 Sisters, both of which are fairly expensive, and if you have a wide enough board, those aren't going to do it. And yeah, I mean, I think 4 wide is pretty solid considering.
Yeah.
I think the meld just means you'll need 2 or 3 things to get in. There's the meld. Yeah, you need 3 things to get in, but Zorig can only stop 2, so that is enough to survive.
Yeah, which again is making me wonder why this ballistic bot is not a poro here.
Yeah,
I guess okay. I think it's got to be Ice Shard, right? That's the thought.
Oh,
Ice Shard would actually counter.
There is
this
Ice
turn
Shard.
pretty
You're
well.
right. There is Ice Shard. The 3 Sisters keeps Zorig alive until the Get Excited gets played next turn.
Which one?
Until the far left Get Excited gets played. The one in the middle, he might live, but far left one, he's really doomed.
Yep. Okay, we do get to open with Tavern Keeper, put them to 5, but we're still there. Opens with Ignition and is just gonna fire it off. Zorig Dungu knows what is up. That's double Get Excited and an Ignition to boot, and we have a back-to-back champion, Casa.
Back-to-back. 3 times in a row being at Fight Night. 2 times in a row being the champion. All of them with Twisted Fate Fizz. FilthyGamerWeeb calls out his brother and beats him in the final to become Fight Night champion once again. Congratulations to FilthyGamerWeeb.
I mean, I wonder, was it the call out because he knew he could beat him, and he wanted one other person in the tournament that he knew he could beat just for the added odds. But all jokes aside, well played by both players. Another 2-1, very similar to what we saw in the winners finals. But FilthyGamerWeeb once again able to take this one down.
Yeah, and this is just like yet another TF Fizz victory, right? FilthyGamerWeeb last week wins with TF Fizz. Gvarja earlier today wins with TF Fizz. And FilthyGamerWeeb again wins with TF Fizz. Hey, competitive scene for Runeterra. We're seeing a bit of a trend here with Twisted Fate Fizz, and it's having a lot of success. Now, granted, Fight Night format is different than a lot of other tournaments, especially the seasonal. But Fight Night has consistently shown that some of these decks can just be very competitively viable because guess what? In the other format, you get a ban.
Yeah.
these decks are winning without being able to ban anything, and you're not thinking. Nobody's out there thinking, well, I got to think about my Twisted Fate ban lineup.
Right.
I got to think about my lineup that I'm going to bring to ban Twisted Fate Fizz. That's not what people are thinking about right now. And this deck looks like it can show up against the best of them.
Yeah, it really, I think it sort of, at least is seeming like it exemplifies the type of deck that we want to see as the competitive community, which is a high skill cap deck that we can see top tier players really, really exploit and have a lot of success with.
Absolutely. And we're going to get a chance once again to talk to FilthyGamerWeeb. Talked to him last week and got a little bit of insight. And, well, yeah, we just didn't have enough of him. He had to come back and find another victory. But I think we've got him on the line now. FilthyGamerWeeb, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again, man. You know, it hasn't been too long, only a week coming back. We're talking to you again. Same lineup, I think. TF Fizz coming back and getting another victory. It won EU earlier. You won last week. I mean, this deck is actually just the best deck in the game, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Except for his Irelia is just a little better, you know, especially after the Irelia buffs. Really helping out that much needed the deck that was struggling so hard before. Now it's able to escape its 52% win rate finally.
Yeah, that was a pretty rough win rate for a little while. I think we were worried that the deck was going to completely flop out and people would stop playing it, but you're right. You know, they got the buffs in and it does feel a lot better now. Looks like it might be positioned. I don't know. Still, no one played it in EU today, so it might still need some more buffs.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But I will have to say, I do need to ask at least. You know, you called out your brother and you beat him up in 2 sets, and it felt like your brother came with a counter lineup for you. Is that the case? Did you just tell him your lineup and he's like, all right, bet, and then brought like a full counter lineup?
I mean, I have no idea why he brought the specific decks he did, but I mean, I know he actually plays Scargrounds decent a bit, so I mean, I guess he just brought that because of that.
Okay. Well, yeah, Scargrounds was an interesting one. We didn't really expect to see that today, and the fact that it made the finals is pretty dope. I mean, are you guys just the best family of gamers in Runeterra right now? Is that just how it is?
I have no idea.
All right, Blevins, you got some questions for
I mean,
GamerWeeb?
certainly have put forth the most public results, I think is unquestionable here. But I'm wondering, I mean, you know, going into you know, the seasonal, which is of course coming up in a couple of weeks here, uh, you know, what is your, you know, sort of thought process behind bringing decks? Obviously, I would imagine Twisted Fate Fizz is probably going to be on it, but I mean, is it? I mean, is the Zero Relia Twisted Fate Fizz just like locked and loaded, and you're trying to find another deck?
Yeah. That is what I'm at currently. I think they're bring them both. Like Azir Irelia is probably. I mean, even after the nerfs, it's still just the best deck in the game. Should probably bring it, and I'm also gonna ban it because that deck is. I don't want to play against it anymore. And then yeah, I am gonna bring TF Fizz. I haven't figured out my third deck yet.
Yeah. I mean, speaking on Azir Aurelia a little bit, your build is a little bit different than what a lot of other people are running, because most people, when Marshall got nerfed, they just swapped in voice, and you're just running neither. I'm just curious what your thought process was coming in with the Azir Aurelia version.
I wanted more elusives because those are really good against Thresh Nasus. And then I was thinking, now that I have like one extra elusive, maybe this one syncopation gets more value with a sparring student or an Azir swapping into an elusive spot, something like that. But I don't know, it's 2 cards different. It doesn't really change that much, I don't think. But
Mhm.
I don't really like voice that much. I think I'd much rather prefer more elusives in the deck just for those bad matchups like Thresh Nasus.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think voice can end up kind of clunky as well if you don't have a champion, right? It just ends up being
Yeah.
a bit dead. So looking more towards those elusives makes a lot of sense. I like that reasoning on syncopation as well. I think that's pretty cool. So appreciate that. And I mean, last week you got to call out your brother. I'm curious. Do you have anybody else you'd want to come play? Because he's already coming back next week. So
Yeah,
you want to add anyone else in there?
no, it's quite unfortunate. I was gonna plan on calling him back again so I could beat him again in the final. No, I couldn't beat him in the finals because then I wouldn't be able to call him back again the third time to beat him again. But so right now, I actually don't have anyone. I think I'd
All
want to
right.
call out.
All right, no worries. But thank you so much, Filthy Gamer Weave, and congrats again on the back-to-back victories. Really well done.
Thank you.
All right, chat. That is the day. That is the full day. 2 weeks in a row, Filthy Gamer Weeb takes the win. He calls out his brother this time. His brother gets second place. They're both going to make it into the next fight night. We see TF Fizz win an EU, win an NA. Will it win the seasonal? That's the big question, Blev. But any final thoughts?
The only thoughts I have, I've got 2 thoughts. The first is next week is seasonal SmackDown, right?
True.
We'll be running back Fight Night seasonal SmackDown, where we are going to be inviting players who have made top 32s of seasonals. So that's going to be fun. That's always a fun one. Still, we'll invite back the top 2, but it will also be sort of outside of the normal. But it'll work the same way it did last time. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up, Casa, is that both you and me are going to be playing in a charity tournament on Thursday. I believe hosted by Cephalopod. You can check out their
Thursday,
Twitter
17th.
for all the details.
The 17th. So 2 weeks.
Yes,
2 weeks out.
Not this Thursday. The following Thursday on the 17th of June, we'll be playing in the charity tournament. So it'll be top players casting and us lowly casters playing. And I mean, I'm obviously going to win because all. And
I'm gonna bring Yasuo.
Washed, and I'm gonna try hard. I'm currently texting Filthy Gamer Weeb and having him coach me on TF Fizz.
Get some TF Fizz coaching in. Yeah. Blevins is gonna try hard. I'm gonna bring Yasuo, and if I beat him, I get to laugh, and I lose, I have no sweat off my back. So it's like really just a truly the goated strategy. But yeah, I am excited for that. Make sure you all check Twitter and follow along with that event coming up, and come help support that charity event. I think that's gonna be really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, seasonal SmackDown next week. But that's it for us. That's it for me. That's it for Blev. That's it for the crew at Giant Slayer. Thank you so much for watching, chat, and we'll see you all next time.